evening, racing fans. Welcome to Harness Racing from Grand River Raceway in Elora, Ontario for this warmish Wednesday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card racing and note. The temperature will be recorded for the evening as 27 degrees Celsius. Track condition listed as fast, and there are no changes in races 1 through 5, which of course means there is a change in race number 6. Number 4, painted by Matisse, the driver to be announced TBA on the 4 in the 6th. Race number 7 will go as programmed. No change as race 7. Race number 8, number 4, she's under the radar. Side rolls to blind bridle. Race 8 for she's under the radar. Side rolls to blind bridle. Scratched is number 8, Bulldog. Race 9, no changes. No changes, race 9. In race number 10, scratched is 1, Easton Ivy. And also note the number 8, Bastiano, is a fresh scratch hot off the presses. So 1 and 8 are out. Number 10, Telling the Story, is going to move in, score post position 1. And the driver will be Mike Horner. Mike Horner will drive 10, Telling the Story, from post 1. And the 11th race, no changes. No change is race number 11. Once again, no changes 1 through 5. It is currently 16 minutes to post time, and it is that time that we welcome in, live from Margaritaville, Robert Reed Jr. How you doing, Rob?
Doing fantastic, Gary, on this wonderful Wednesday. Definitely a warmish Wednesday as well, but we're going to see some heat on the racetrack tonight because we got 11 dashes this evening, which I'm super excited about. Not only 11 races, 8 or more in each of those as well. So some fantastic wagering sequences throughout the night. Thought this was a really well-balanced card, and I think we're going to see some good payouts in those multi-leg wagers throughout the evening. Even have Tijuana Sealster on the card tonight, who is shooting for 5 in a row. Been one of the most impressive horses so far this meet at the River. And last kick of the can, a trotter that I'm excited to see again. Has to work from the 9 hole tonight. We'll see how she handles that. She's won from that spot before. Yeah, another one that's just been fantastic here at the River, having herself a heck of a season. So I'm excited about tonight's card. I'm sure everyone at home and live on track is as well. As always, we'll come back about 8 minutes to post, take a close look at the early pick 5, which has that guaranteed pool of $5,000 and a low take out of 15%. Just about 8 minutes to post here for the opening dash at Grand River Raceway. And you know what time that is? It's time to break down the early pick five. Guaranteed pool, $5,000. Low takeout, 15%. And some real nice full fields throughout this sequence. Got a couple of trot races, three on the pace. And it's one that I looked at and said, you know what? This could pay all right. So let's take a look at what we've mapped out in this sequence for you this evening. And for me in the opener, I did go too deep. I do think that the four Angelic KT is the one to beat in there. Nice second place finish last time to cash deals, and actually, maybe gave that one a bit of a scare at the wire at a big price of 16-1. It's Sally Deal out of that same race was kind of in trouble first over for a bit of that mile and ended up fading to fourth. But I'm going to use that one as well, and I wanted to keep it towards the inside of the gates for the most part tonight. So we're going 3-4 in the opening leg. Race two, right smack dab on the rail with the one unique beach. Like the last two efforts, thought that two back, obviously that's at Mohawk Park in the bottom condition, and then in the upper condition class here last time, with a tough trip before settling for third, had the trailing post as well that time around. This time, nose on the gate, rail control, and down to a soft spot here at the river. So I think it's going to be all systems go, and will be tough to catch Unique Beach in race number two. Race three, 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8. We're going to the inside of the gate and the outside of the gate. I thought this race looked a little more tricky on than it appears on paper. You've got a couple of horses with the inside two post positions that I think might be able to control things. However, Hallway Bay made that break and stride last time. Huge recovery. You'd have to think, okay, that's likely the one to beat. But what if she makes that miscue again? So Ocean View Massey was one you have to have. Geronimo, I thought the 3 was a bit of a price play. Outside of the gate, too, there's some talent, right? The 7, No Turning Back, and the 8, Impressive Dude, both coming over from Mohawk Park. Of course, Impressive Dude was a winner at this class, 2 back. So I'm spreading out there in a trotting race where we've seen some prices come in so far this season. So 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 in race 3 for me. Race 4, the 1, 2, and 5. Lions Queen, kind of hard to go against her, right, on a 2-race win streak. Ribbon Ridge last time, though, was a nice winner. Made a move to the lead and it kind of just paced on for an easy victory. The 5, though, Dixie Biama, right? Team Cullen. I mean, they've been winning in bunches. We saw it here on Monday night, and it's hard to go against those connections. I'm not leaving them off my ticket, that's for sure. So basically, I think that yeah, I think you've got to go 1, 2, and 5 in that race. And then in race number 5, the money leg, 2 and 4 for me. Extra Cheese, I think, is the one to beat in there. I think that the last effort here at Grand River was an impressive one for the victory, winning by a nose at 10-1. Last time out, a good second to Gentle on My Mind, who I'd be more than happy to back in that race. So top pick for me. Also using the 4 State of Treasure, thinking that one might get left off the ticket in the multi-leg wagers at least. 8-1 in the morning line, getting back to the condition claiming ranks. I love that angle. Too deep in there for me. $12 for a 20-cent ticket. Well, let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, in the first race, I look at things exactly the same way as you do. And in the second race, I want to add UF Bettor's Hanover. So the 1 and the 2 from the inside. And Christine has put them up in the order that I take them, which I kind of like to see because I'm telling you that I like UF Bettor's Hanover better than one Unique Beach. And you're taking a stand, Rob, on Unique Beach, which actually I understand. In the third race, I only used a 2. Correction, I used 3. The 2, 8, and the 7 are my top, but 3 in there. You got a couple extras that I don't have, so that could do me in. I do think it's a wide open race, and it's a problematic race with the breaks with 2 Hallway Bay. But in race number 4, I've gone to the inside 3. You said who could bet against Lions Queen, and you really in the fourth race you will because you went to Dixie Biama, but I don't have Dixie Biama, so that tells you what I think in there. And in the fifth race, Extra Cheese. I'm all in on the cheese. $7.20.
All right, well, there you have it. Looks like 12 combinations for Gary and I both against the winner's circle. And for me, yeah, you're right. It is hard to go against Lions Queen, but I did because of Team Cullen, right? They dominated here Monday night. They even Jody Cullen picked up a win at Mohawk Park in the meantime as well. So yeah, I don't want to go against them tonight. There's Conley's ticket. No singles for Conley tonight. He's been taking stands in all his tickets, and tonight he's not doing so. 3 and 4 in the opening leg for him. Then the 1, 4, and 5. So he's adding DM, John Wick, and Adore Him in race 2, where I'm still only the 1 Unique Beach. outside of the gate, I mean, I see it. I mean, racer, I said that, maybe the two best horses pound for pound would be on the outside of the gate. No turning back, an impressive dude, but so hard to win from out there here at the river. Race 4, the 1, 3, 9, leaving Lions Queen off the ticket. So there's someone else going against Lions Queen. And then in race number 5, the money leg, he's going too deep with the 2 and 4. The same two that I have. And again, I do like extra cheese, Gary's single, but State of Treasure looks interesting in there. We'll say facing easier, condition claiming ranks, something I love to get behind. Conley's ticket, $14.40 if you want to jump in and play that one. But you got to map out your winning tickets for this opening sequence. Again, the guaranteed pool is $5,000. It's Wednesday night. We take center stage for harness racing in Ontario and beyond. So this pool should get right up there tonight, folks. Low takeout, 15%. We'll come back after the opening post for a take closer look at race number 1.
Field 4 race number 1 is on parade. 1 is All Out Maryland, Anthony Hunt for Pam Forkey and David Wilkinson. Number 2 is Yell It, on the board for Keith Jones and Doug McCarthy. Number 3, it's Sally Deal, Garrett Rooney for Jack Ray and Dave and Arlene Hustle. And 4 is Angelica KT, Brent McDonough for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. 5, Leaky Cauldron, Blair Burgess for Sterling Fisher. Number 6 is Prince Archie, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. And number 7, Enjoy Trotting Lauren House for Tim Myers and David Omacoli. 8 is Twilight Surprise, Chris Matthews for Nelson White and Deborah White and Christine Lawrence. And 9 is Bucky's Starlet, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice. It's a field of 9, race number 1, first of 11 dashes, and Rob will get a look at this field. The one thing that concerns me with Angelic KT is 21 starts without a win, but came close last time out.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, right, where you have to kind of go by, do we go by, her lifetime record, or do we go by what we saw last time? Because last time, I mean, she gave Cash Deals a bit of a scare. I mean, we saw Mario Baerjan kind of just gave a little tap here and there at the finish there to hold on by half a length, but she was still coming forward with some authority when she did shake loose. And she's coming off a couple of runner-up finishes that were to both times came against decent rivals. There she is right now, scoring down. She looks really good on the track right now, and it looks like one that is trending in the right direction, right, for trainer John Holding. But like you said, Gary, 0 for 21, lots of on-the-board finishes, but may have kind of met her group tonight, right? It might be graduation day for her. I thought she would get bet down to favoritism, and I think deservingly so, but I didn't. I didn't have enough confidence in her to single her in the pick 5.
And then number 3, it's Sally Deal. That start here, 2 races to go from post 7. Second to last kick at the camp, but that's a very good measuring stick. It's Sally Deal. Jack Ray's put up some strong numbers.
Yeah, he always does, right? And usually, right, you have Scott Ray aboard. Tonight we got Garrett Rooney, which I'm certainly fine with. And another horse, 0 for 15, but has had some decent efforts this year. Again, racing frequently against Cash Deals in that Prospect Series. Last time kind of got limbed out a little bit against that rival before having to settle for 4th. And as you mentioned, right, there's no shame in getting beat 4 lengths to last kick at the can, who I think will be the one that emerges to take on Cash Deals in that Prospect Series. So I think that's, it's Sally Deal right now, 4 to 5. I would not have thought that would happen in here. I don't think she should be the favorite over Angelic Katie, because the latter of the two raced better last time out. But those are the two that I'm on here in the opening leg of the pick 5.
Number 7, Enjoy Trotting. Based on the tilt board right now, maybe the smart move is to accept your 10 to 1 on post 7. This horse can fire off the gate. Maybe there'll be some breakers early, and Enjoy Trotting could get out well and overcome the post. Certainly you can see enough on the page to take a shot at it at 10 to 1.
Yeah, the value is certainly there. I mean, 3 to 1 morning line, I knew we'd get more than that because, I mean, the support did have to go in the direction of the 3 and 4. Has gotten to the lead from post 8, so post 7 really shouldn't be that much of a problem if that's the game plan tonight. A little bit of time between starts. I mean, you could look at that as a positive, I guess. I mean, hasn't had too many starts for Tim Myers, so a little more time to do a little bit of tinkering with this one as well. I think we will see this one try to get forwardly placed. And like you said, 9 to 1 is probably the right place to go shopping on a win ticket. For me though, I looked at the last effort and didn't really see enough that I could say, okay, I think he can go out there and beat it's Sally Deal or Angelic Katie. So again, 9 to 1, decent win price, but I don't have him on my ticket.
And number 6, Prince Archie. Of course, you saw that qualifier. Good back half of the qualifier.
Yeah, not a bad back half in there at all. And you know what was kind of interesting to me, as maybe a price play as well, 16 to 1. Listen, first time starter, but a $52,000 yearling purchase, right? So there's definitely something there that maybe we should be using this one a little more. And the qualifier wasn't a bad one. Post 6, half-mile track, first start, not something I usually get behind. But again, would I leave this one off your exotic tickets? Absolutely not.
And Rob, if you're looking for a sleeper in here, 9 Bucky's Starlet, my man Wayne McLean, this is one making just a 3rd start of the year. You see that back half in that start at Georgian Downs. Didn't leave at all. Maybe we'll get a trip here from the trailer post if you can get things worked out. Of course, trotters from trailer post, a bit of a problem, but you get 12 to 1.
Yeah, 12 to 1. A horse that I kind of toyed with in my top 4, but you mentioned it, Gary. Trailing post for me and starting behind a couple of inexperienced horses, a couple of 2-year-olds, and also one that makes breaks. So I pass this time out, but we'll watch for next time.
It's a field of 9 for race number 1. All Out Maryland. Yell it, and it's Sally Deal on the inside of the center. Angelic AT, Leaky Cauldron. To the outside, Prince Archie, Enjoy Trotting, and Twilight Surprise. And the second tier, Bucky's Starlet. Field of nine, race number one on a warmish Wednesday. Here they come. Giddy up. Yell It has gone off stride. Leaving out hard is Prince Archie and Enjoy Trotting. And then it is Angelic KT and it's Sally Deal. But Prince Archie is able to grab the lead. Enjoy Trotting is looking to squeeze into the pocket. It's Sally Deal is third. Angelic KT is racing fourth. And then it is All Out Marion, Bucky's Starlet, back to Leaky Cauldron, and Twilight Surprise as they race their way on towards us. And then way back with a break in stride early was Yell It. But Prince Archie is the king right now and leads by a length and a half at 19-1. Enjoy Trotting is enjoying the pocket. It's Sally Deal is going to be the one popping to the outside, giving cover to Angelic KT. Then All Out Marion and Bucky Starlet, and they race the way off the turn, and the field comes on towards us of a 29-2 opening quarter. Prince Archie leads the way. On the outside, it's Sally Deal is working up closer. Now it's just inches off the lead. Enjoy Trotting is still there, enjoying the view in the pocket. Angelic KT is racing second over fourth, and then on the outside as they work their way on into the backstretch, that is All Out Marion, and on the inside Leaky Cauldron. Then it is back further to Bucky's Starlet and Twilight Surprise, and now coming on to take a slim lead, it's Sally Deal. Leads now by a length, and on the inside Prince Archie. Enjoy Trotting now will need to get out, as now starting to get away a little bit is it's Sally Deal. It's Sally Deal, 3/4, 1:30-1. It's Sally Deal, wasn't able to close the deal and clear to the front, and now scooting up the inside is Prince Archie, and Prince Archie is now come on to reclaim the lead from its Sally Deal. Enjoy Trotting is racing third. Angelic KT is racing fourth. And Prince Archie is the king of the first race. Prince Archie is going to score at 19-1. And then Enjoy Trotting, it's Sally Deal, Angelic KT, and All Out Marion. Goodbye, Pick 5, Rob. Well, Prince Archie was the king of the first race.
Was, and you know what? I'll be well. We might lose some sleep over this one, Gary. Listen, a horse that you know what I'd like the qualifier, $55,000 yearling purchase. As soon as the gate swung away, I said, "Oh, we're in big trouble here," because Prince Archie's going to probably run them off their feet in here. Now it looked like it's Sally Deal might get past, but you know we've seen her kind of struggle overland trips before, and that's what happened at the end of it there, right? I mean, Prince Archie punched back through. I mean, a horse that's obviously still learning too. It's his first ever lifetime start. And he came back through for the victory at big odds. And you know, I've had someone ask me before, why don't I ever box my selections? It's just not the way I do it, but I really wish I did it in this race.
Yeah, and as an announcer, you see horses go by and you just kind of say, okay, he's past him. And, well, I kind of thought that the three was going to be clearing to the lead, and I was wrong.
Yeah, you could see that. I mean, I saw that she was getting pretty tired as she was trying to come around there, and Garrett Rooney just couldn't get clearance, right? I mean, he tried, but again, Prince Archie, one that, again, I think that Steve Uno were more than happy to have that one come around, and then him try to get back around for the victory in the lane, right? Because that would have been a great teaching moment for Prince Archie. But when she kind of labored out there, he said, "I'm just going to punch right back through," and pretty much won with ease in there, right? So that was pretty good. I mean, again, a break over this surface in the first qualifier was kind of the thing that made me shy away a little bit. But this time, no steps, and very nice effort from Prince Archie.
Well, Prince Archie causes a bunch of Pick 5 tickets, including ours, to hit the floor, and will be coming back in front of us. It's a 6-7-3-4, top 4. Number 6, Prince Archie, is a 3-year-old Archangel Bay colt owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Laura Toscani. Steve Houdon is the winning driver. Prince Archie takes his career debut. 2 minutes, 1/5. The first race payouts, number 6 Sprints Archie, 41.50. 25, 10, and 10, 10. 7 Enjoy Trotting, $10 450. 3 and Sally Deal, 260. The $2 Exactor, 547.40. The Dollar Try, 1901.70. The Dollar Superfecta, 2271.40. The first race order finished from the top downs at 593, 471, 286.
Nice little look at some of our equine athletes getting ready to do battle in race number 2. Well, Prince Archie put myself and Gary out of the pick 5, probably many others as well. So if you're still alive, you'll be shooting for a big payout on this wonderful Wednesday. But if you're out of it like me, or hey, if you're still alive, you might as well jump in on the early pick 4, getting started right here in race number 2. Guaranteed pool $2,500, low takeout always at 15%. And I'm not going to stray from my pick 5 ticket. We're just going to stick with the same numbers in this sequence here. And that's singling up on the one unique beach right here in the opening leg. Love the way this one's been racing as of late. Two back, decent effort in the bottom condition at Mohawk Park last time. A real solid try first over for a long way in the top condition class here at Grand River Raceway. Ended up fading back to third at 27-1. But now with rail control, easier spot, I think it's going to be all systems go. Nose back on the gate as well for the one unique beach. So singled up for me. Race 3, trotting event. Well, wish I went searching for a bigger price in the opening trotting event of the night. And race 3, we're going to do that again, though. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8. I do think there's some talent towards the inside of the gate, but those two horses on the outside, no turning back, an impressive dude. If they can get forwardly placed, which that is the way they race their best, then it could be, it could be a major factor in there in race number 3. So 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 for me. In race 4, the 1, 2, and 5, Lions Queen, tough to go against off back-to-back wins, but I am going against her with the 5, Dixie Biama as Team Cullen, and one that I thought finished with some pace last time at Georgian Downs. Ribbon Ridge also on the ticket. That's the 1, 2, and 5 in race number 4. Money leg race 5, just the 2 and 4. Extra cheese, I think, is the one you want to be on the win end of it. A nice win here at the River 2 back and a good second last time to General on my mind in the Prospect Series. But the 4 State of Treasure, I think, is one that you want to go to for some value. 8-1 in the morning line. Probably don't get that vertically on him, but getting back to the condition claiming ranks and without a win in his last 5, that might be one that kind of flies below the radar there as well. So that's the Forest State of Treasure. So just $6 for a 20-cent ticket. Again, the early pick 4 getting started shortly. When I map out your winning wagers for that one, $2,500 guarantee on the pool and a 15% takeout.
Field on parade for the second one unique beach. Brett Madonna for Michel LeBlanc. Number 2, you have better. Senator Scott Oliver, Scott West. Number 3, Masked Man, Talbot for David O'Brien and James Quinn. And 4, DM John Wick, Talbot for Don Lindsay and Andrea Lindsay. 5 is Adore Him. Daryl Thiessen for Kirk Blake and Robert Blake. Number 6, Rock and Bow. Paul McKenzie for Catherine Flanagan and Winters Racing. Number 7, J.J. Xavier. Louis Waugh for Francis Guillemette and Jean Tournier. And number 8 is Easy Flower. Garrett Rooney for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 9 is Easton Beach. George Ketros for Mary Ketros. Field of 9 for race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. First leg of the pick 4. We'll start with number 1, Unique Beach. And Rob, your top pick, gets a better post than last time out. Shows some flashy recent speed. Getting a lot of love.
Yeah, getting a lot of love, and I think deserves to get that love. I made this one best bet of the night, mostly because singled up in the pick 5 and the pick 4, and one Gary that nose back on the gate too, so better post, but nose on the gate, has tactical speed, which I think we'll see deployed tonight. Softer spot, and of course this barn was a winner in the top condition class with St. Lad's Cash on Monday night, so. There's a lot going for Unique Beach here, and I just thought that he's got the current class edge, not the back class edge, but the current class edge over this group, and the rail doesn't hurt. So I'm hoping he goes to the lead, at worst pushes away, early 2-hole, but does get to the front some point early in the mile and struts his stuff against this group.
Number 4, DM John Wick. I didn't use this one in my top 4, so you're going to have to tell me why this one's on your exactor ticket.
Well, DM John Wick last time, I thought the effort was a much better one. I really did. I mean, he ended up getting away 4th off the gate from the rail, and of course that was in a carryover race on that occasion. He got away 4th. He came first over, and when you're going first up, that's a pretty difficult trip. He ended up only fading back to 4th. He got beat by nearly 11 lengths, but this is now a softer spot. He's been freshened up for a couple weeks since then. And again, I thought he was kind of moving in the right direction for trainer Don Lindsay, and we've seen him, race, against this, class in the past with success. Looks good on the track right now. I thought he'd offer some value on the board, and right now he's doing exactly that at 10-1. So I was trying to split the 2 favorites. I figured Unique Beach and UF Bettor's Hanover would be the 2 favorites in the race. I wanted to find a price to put in between them, and I think if DM John Wick can build off that latest effort, he can get himself into the exacta.
Number 2, UF Bettor's Hanover, is one that's got a lot of back class. When you look at that last race at Mohawk, they went to the half in 57-2, and so UF Bettor's Hanover really wasn't able to close. Came home in 26-1 though.
Yeah, he did, and that was a race where Rockin' and Talkin' was obviously much the best, and that second leg of that pop-up series is going to go later on this week at Mohawk Park, and I think that would have likely repeat. So he did draw in against a pretty tough one there. But you look further back, you see $13,000 claiming handicap prices, whereas Unique Beach was racing at the top claiming handicap class at Mohawk Park. So, I know that Unique Beach wasn't, winning in there and wasn't even picking up pieces actually in some of those recent efforts, but there's a big discrepancy between those 2 levels. So that's why I went in that direction. But I do think that, you said it. I mean, this 13-year-old gelding is the back class of the field, 44 wins and 465,000 made. I think you've got to have him in the mix, but I leaned the other direction.
And then on the bottom, you went to 6, Rock and Bow. I went to J.J. Xavier. Fill us in on Rock and Bow and J.J. Xavier if you have a moment.
Well, you know that I love Rock and Bow as a horse, and he got scratched last time, and one that I think can certainly do with these. If he gets the right kind of trip. Has been off a bit of time now, though. 25-1. I'd use him in the try and super, and I'll be watching him for next time for sure. J.J. Xavier, I mean, tough post, right? Post 7 does have a little bit of early foot. Don't think we're going to see too much of that tonight. Think he's going to try to race off a helmet. He can get a piece of it as well.
Well, it's a field of 9, and you're on 1, Unique Beach, and I'm alone on 2, UF Bettor's Hanover. Lone wolfing it with UF Bettor's Hanover. It's a field of 9 at Unique Beach. UF Bettor's Hanover, Masked Man on the inside. In the center, DM John Wick, Adore Him. On the outside, Rock and Bow, J.J. Xavier, and Easy Flyer. And the second tier, Easton Beach. It's a field of 9. It's the second dash on a warmish Wednesday at the river. Here they come. Giddy up. And the field is at the start, and they're off. And UF Betters Hanover, well, they're all better right now because UF Betters Hanover went off stride. Well, actually, one isn't, but dropped all the way back to eighth. And Unique Beach has got the lead. Now racing Masked Man to the outside, to the inside, adore him. Then it is DM John Wick as they race their way on down the backstretch. But right now, Unique Beach has got the lead. Unique Beach is in front, and Easton Beach at 50-1 filling the pocket. Masked Man third, DM John Wick's racing fourth. Then Rockin' Bow to the outside. Along to the inside is Adore Him. Then it is back further to JJ Xavier, UF Betters Hanover, and Easy Flyer. Unique Beach at 1-5 on the board. Has the lead as they race the way off the turn. And they drive on towards us, and then Easton Beach sitting still there in the pocket as they race on past us. And now Rockin' Bow is rocking on the outside first over. Maskman and DM John Wick on the inside. JJ Xavier is up and moving second over, but gapped a bit in the cover. 56-3 was the halftime. As they work their way into the backstretch, Unique Beach still leads it. Unique Beach and Easton Beach and Rockin' Bow. Masked Man is racing position fourth, and then JJ Xavier, DM John Wick, UF Betters Hanover is only better than two. Adore Him and Easy Flyer. Is it Unique Beach right now leads it by 3/4 in 1:25-1, and Unique Beach is freewheeling it on top and leads by about 4. Then racing second as they're about to turn for home. Easton Beach Longshot is still holding on to second. Rockin' Bow third, and Masked Man is racing fourth on down the stretch drive they come. It's all sewn up for a Unique Beach who's just enjoying surfing to the finish. Then Rockin' Bow and Easton Beach, and finishing fourth was DM John Wick. 154 flat. Unique Beach was your pick of the night and dropped all the way down to 1-5, and things certainly worked out well. Worked out even better when UF Betters Hanover made an early break. It looked like was trying to beat one off the gate.
Yeah, it was, obviously that kind of changed things a little bit, but I don't know if it would have mattered, Gary. Like I said, I thought there was a bit of a class discrepancy between those two, and Unique Beach came to play tonight. He really did. I mean, getting down to the bottom condition here at the river, and, racing for a barn that we just saw with a nice victory with St. Laz Cash, right front end and the top condition class. Now they win the bottom condition class, Michelle LeBlanc, and this is, a nice little shot of Unique Beach coming to the wire. Not much urging required, right? Plugs are out, but Brett McDonald's just kind of on a buggy ride right now. And, Rockin' Bow, a horse, that I'm fond of that one. Gutsy effort, really gutsy effort. And, he's been racing sneakily good. And that's why that I thought that, he was one that we wanted to have on our ticket there. Hey, we got all the way to second at 53-1. First over a long way. Looked like Easton Beach kind of fended him off for the play spot. He came back on, and we're going to put him on the watch list for the big circle for next time. But let's not forget to come back to him.
And you also got your DM John Wick onto the ticket, one that I was kind of doubtful on, and, well, you explained it to me.
Yeah, well, listen. Like I said, I think he's just trending in the right direction, and well, just more proof that I guess I should have been playing the tries and supers tonight, and not the pick five that put us out early.
Now, you said it wouldn't have mattered whether the two went off stride or not, but at least it made it to where you didn't have to find out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, obviously, we'll see UF Betters Hanover come back to fight another day. And again, I'm sure, he's a classy veteran. He'll come out there and be able to do at this level. But, obviously, when you have one singled up like this, Unique Beach, and you make your best bet, you want to see the easiest path to victory.
Well, you rode it to victory, and Unique Beach is back in front of us. A 6-year-old Some Beach Somewhere Bay gelding, owned and trained by Michel LeBlanc of Guelph. Brett McDonald is the winning driver. It's the second win this year, 15th lifetime. Unique Beach. The second race payouts: 1 Unique Beach 260, 230, 250. 6 Rock and Bow 1730 and 1460. 9 Easton Beach 1050. $2 exactor 5750. Dollar try 314.85. 20-cent superfecta 1395.61. Kaboom shakalaka. $2 double of 6 and 1 191.60. The second race, order finished from the top down: 176,482,593. That's 176,482,593. Field 4, race number 3. 1, Ocean View Massey. Tell the board for Keith Jones and Doug McCarthy. Number 2 is Hallway Babe. Jay Harris for Pam Forgy and Triple S Equine. 3, Geronimo Anthony Hahn for Gabriela Sasso and Jeffrey Quitchens and Martweth Racing. And 4, Fastnet Rock. Jason Ryan for Matt Dwayne, Lance Wells and Lyndon Wells and Jeffrey Rock. 5 is Times Like These. Scott Young for Tim Jerwaco and Gary Green. Number 6, Handsome Hank Tyler for Caitlin Graham. And number 7, No Turning Back Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones. 8 is Impressive Dude Louis Bois for Eric Nadeau and Michel Letarte and Jean Allaire. 9 is Arch Ruler Brett Madonna for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Field of 9, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field, and right away we're going to go to 1, Ocean View Massey, and one that the last couple races, of course, not good, but I can see your point with Ocean View Massey. The fans haven't clearly, though. 6-1.
Yeah, look at the betting board right now, Gary. This is a fantastic betting race at the moment. With the favorite right now, it's 7-2. But Ocean View Massey, you got rail control, so that's obviously part of it. And you can go right to the bottom of those lines there, and you see getting to the engine from post 7 at London and post 8 at Flamborough Down. So obviously a lot of tactical speed there. Gets along well with Tyler Borth. And the most recent efforts, I mean, OSS grassroots race at Mohawk Park went off at 64-1 against New Rules. And before that, I mean, not only is a 3, but you're facing Esquire, right? And Mac Justice and Renegade Gypsy in that same class to start before. Those horses sometimes sneak in on other conditions in those races. So facing tougher competition, in my opinion, and now rail control at the river, right? With Tyler Borth aboard, something that I'm certainly willing to get behind, especially with the early foot this one has off the gate. So I'm hoping, push away in the early going and maybe, get a breather or at worst sit a 2-hole trip and get to the wire for 6-1. In my opinion, is a great price on the 1 Ocean View Massey right now.
Number 2, Hallway Babe is your second choice in my top one, and I'll be honest with you, Rob. I think I got a case of buyer's remorse now because those X's they seem to be jumping off the page more now than they did when I took it.
Yeah, and that's what kind of scared me away. I watched that replay, and I mean, listen, that replay was fantastic, obviously, right? Back half was 58-1. I think that we can agree that, would have been right there with Impressive Dude, maybe even won the race if she didn't make that early miscue and put her kind of behind the 8 ball. But the problem is that we've got 3 breaks right there in her last 3 efforts, right? So obviously a real nice qualifier in between. And taking support right now, and I thought she would be the favorite in here just off that impressive recovery last time, but there's no guarantee we're not going to see that happen again. So I couldn't put her on top, but I do recognize that if she does mind her manners, she becomes the one to beat, but that's still a big if.
The 2 on the outside will be drawing money because they're probably the 2 best in here, or at least ones that deserve a lot of look. 7, No Turning Back.
Yeah, they definitely do, and I said that, right? They might kind of be the deepest in talent, and one thing that No Turning Back has going for her too is that she's 4, and there's a few 4-year-olds in here, but obviously maturity edge over the sophomores in the field. She's got a ton of early foot off the gate if that is the game plan, but not so easy to get away from that spot, as it is at Mohawk Park. Coming to the half-mile surface here at the river. And if she drew inside, I think, the play might be on her just to hopefully she go out there and maybe try to bottom out the field. That might work in this spot. But again, post 7 is pretty tricky. Again, I think that her only path to a big piece of this is trying to get forwardly placed off the gate. So I think we'll see her try to do it off the gate. 9-2, not a bad number, but you know me, I find it hard to go out there for the win position.
Number 8, Impressive Dude. Louis Waugh, Eric Nadeau. Some impressive lines.
Yeah, winner, just 2 back, at this level and did so in dominating fashion at 20 cents to the dollar. In between, can't really be faulted for finishing 5th, in an OSS grassroots race that was won by Light the Candles. and now you're getting 8-1. One reason only, post 8, right? We've seen some winners come from there on the pace. The trot a little more difficult, and it proved that way last season as well. So 8-1, not a bad number. You got to use them in the exotics, but for me, tough to get there on a win ticket.
And a horse that's kind of not getting the attention I thought might, Fastnet Rock. A couple of good races. Fastnet Rock is sitting at 16-1. Could be a sleeper. At least one. Use that one on the bottom of the ticket. Might even be a little higher than that, especially with talented ones towards the outside. Taking up their positions, Ocean View Massey, Hallway Babe, and Geronimo. In the center, Fastnet Rock in times like these. To the outside, Handsome Hank, no turning back, an impressive dude. And the second tier, Arch Ruler. It's a field of 9 for the third. Off stride, times like these, and Ocean View Massey bolts out with Hallway Babe. Geronimo is racing third, then no turning back in Handsome Hang. Ocean View Massey, as expected, has grabbed the early lead. Then racing position second is Hallway Babe. Geronimo is third. Then fourth is no turning back. Then it is Handsome Hank, and back to Impressive Dude, Fastnet Rock, and then Arch Ruler, and they race on to the opening quarter. Ocean View Massey is got the lead. Hallway Babe is racing second. We'll move up a little closer in the pocket. Geronimo is third. No turning back is racing fourth. Then it is Handsome Hank, Impressive Dude to the outside, Fastnet Rock, and Arch Ruler 28-3. Opening quarter, they work on around the turn. Ocean View Massey at 6-1 has a lead right now of about 2 lengths over Hallway Babe. They work their way on towards us, and then on the outside, that is no turning back. Then Geronimo, and now moving up on the outside, Impressive Dude is spotted second over. And then it is back to Handsome Hang. Seventh is Fastnet Rock. Arch Ruler is racing eighth, 59-4 halftime. It is Ocean View Massey. Hallway Babe is still right there in the hunt, in the pocket. Up tight now. Into the back stretch they go. Off a half of 59-4. Ocean View Massey and Hallway Babe. Now no turning back on the outside. He's getting a little bit closer. Geronimo is fourth, and Impressive Dude is racing fifth. And then it is Handsome Hank and Fastnet Rock. And back to Arch Ruler. Ocean View Massey. Hallway Babe has been getting the trip and is right up tight on the back of Ocean View Massey. No turning back is racing third. 3/4 in 130. Ocean View Massey, Hallway Babe, and no turning back. Ocean View Massey, as the field turns for home, Hallway Babe will look to dart now to the inside. Ocean View Massey, though, is strong up the inside. Hallway Babe, Hallway Babe, blasting up the inside to win it by more than a length and a half. And then Ocean View Massey, no turning back. 2 minutes and 1/5. Well, Rob, I had buyer's remorse, but ended up still with Hallway Babe, and the remorse didn't prove out to be right.
Yeah, well, I mean, it didn't have to be right when it lined up the way it did, and she behaved herself off the gate. I said, you know what, this should prove positive for the one you had on top of my top 2 selections. I mean, that was the lineup that I was hoping for. 1-2-2-1 off the gate. And that's exactly how it played out. Ocean View Massey, got that middle half that I was thinking that that they'd be able to get out there with Tyler Borth aboard, and just wasn't able to hold off Hallway Babe, who minor reminders tonight got a perfect steer from Jay Harris, and here she is coming to the wire right here at 9-2. Price is big too. I honestly thought, Gary, that she would get bet down to favoritism. It may even be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2-1. But wow, big number on the board at 9-2.
No, really, it's not surprising that the price, though. I mean, those X's on the program, they jump out. I mean, I took the 2, but then I was thinking, oh no, what the heck am I doing here? And you're right, that she got away smoothly, but I still knew that she's sitting in the pocket and she could capably make a break anywhere along in the mile.
Yeah, and Tyler Borth, right, kind of played it cool on the turn there. He was, backing into her a little bit, right, because why not? He had a pick on the outside. He knew that no turning back off that tiring mile wasn't going by, and kind of backed her up a little bit coming into the stretch. Sometimes it's tough, right, to come out the passing lane, especially one that gets a little bit funky gated at times. But she did so like a true professional tonight, gets the job done. Not a bad little exacta there, 9-2 on a 6-1.
And back in front of us is number 2, Hallway Babe, a 4-year-old Conway Hall Bay mare, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Pam Forgy. Jay Harris, the winning driver. It's the third win this year, sixth lifetime. Hallway Babe, 2 minutes, 1/5. The third race payouts to Hallway Bay. 1150, 640, and 380. One Ocean View Massey, 710, 430, and 7. No turning back, 260. $2 race actor, 47.40. Dollar try, 87.40. Dollar super, 357.75. Field for the fourth on parade. One Ribbon Ridge. Tyler Borth for Bud Sinclair and Ross Holmes. And two Lions Queen Austin Surrey for Rachel Andrew. Three is Venti Machelati, Samuel Filya for Terry Gallant and Calvin Kepfer. Five Dixie Biama, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. And for Infinity Sister, Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham. Number 6, Ms. Megan Sparkle, Brian DeRoche for Shayna Toll. Number 7, Ace 44 Money, Scott Coulter for Steve Coulter. 8 is Fearless Sheila, Daryl Thiessen for Jacob Roberts and Steve Adams. 9 is Jam Outspoken. Field of 9, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, we're going to start with number 5, Dixie Biama, but full disclosure, I don't have this one on my top 4 because she got on my list. You know that list, horses that disappoint you and then you get mad at them? Yeah. So now I'm mad at her, and it's probably going to be to my own peril because Jody Cullen, you can't be mad at her.
Yeah, no, you can't be mad at Jody Cullen or Team Cullen, right, Travis? When he comes here to the river, he comes to play, like I mentioned, and like I said, it's great to see him in the bike, no doubt about it here. Listen, she was on my list too, Gary. She was. For quite some time, Dixie Biama was on my list because every time I would play her, she wouldn't be able to do very much. And you can see last season, right, 3 for 28, a big case of seconditis throughout that campaign. Hit the board with frequency, but camera shy this year. Sam Meadow wins, obviously less starts at this point. I thought last time, though, she finished nicely. It was a 30-1 last quarter for her, but she was kind of angling out with pace on the end of the mile, and I just liked the way that she finished up on that occasion. Tough trip here last time in a race that was won by Jam Outspoken. She was first over a long way before fading back to fourth. And the way that Jody Cullen's barn is firing right now, I could not go against her, and I think that's why the public's jumped aboard too, and why she's 3 to 5 right now. So I thought that she might be better value than the 2 Lions Queen or the 1 Ribbon Ridge. Not playing out that way right now. She's getting hammered on the board, but she looks fantastic on the track.
Number 1 Ribbon Ridge is one that, well, the overall record isn't great the last couple seasons. The recent record, 2 really good races, especially that last one.
Yeah, it was a good one, and one that we should have saw coming, right? Because Tyler Borth does have success with her, and if my memory serves me correctly, the Kin Pace last season was leaving from the outside post aboard her at a big price. That race is actually coming up this weekend at Clinton, and I think that Ribbon Ridge is one that we saw kind of get that big confidence boost last time. Not really facing a tougher group this time out. The addition of Dixie Biama might change things a little bit, but I thought that she should take support in here. She's, taking moderate support, but 5 to 1's a good number on Ribbon Ridge right now off that victory last time. Tyler's back in the bike, rail control. She's likely going to push away for a good position and then maybe make that middle move again. But I think overlaying the board right now just because Dixie Biama is taking all the support.
Surprised Lions Queen is 11 to 1. That's all I can say. I'm surprised.
Well, you should be. We just talked about an overlay. That's the overlay on the board right now. Now, this is obviously, a bit of a tougher group. No question about it. But we don't know what her ceiling is, right? The win 2 back was only by a neck, but she was racing on just a couple of days rest on that occasion. And she held off a determined bid from Maddie and Maggie. And then last time, she won by as much as she pleased. That was a couple of weeks ago, but I don't really, think that's going to be an issue here tonight. I expected her. The morning line 8 to 5, I thought was a bit short, but I still thought she'd be 5 to 2, 3 to 1 at most in here. She's been overlooked on the odds board from the get-go. 9 to 1 is really, it's an insane price on her right now. And I think if she gets put into the mix, which she should be from post 2, she's got a big chance.
And Venti Machelati has a note for you. What's wrong with my paper?
Nothing wrong with her paper. The last couple of wins, she kind of got on my list though a little bit. We're talking about those lists. June 14th, I used her on that occasion. She did have an outside post. She got away sixth. She doesn't have a tremendous amount of gate speed. She got to the front last time from the rail at Georgia down. She went all the way in the lead. I thought she might get lost in the mix tonight, and I pegged her somewhere underneath and not on the business end of it.
Well, we'll see how it unfolds. And I did throw ace 44 money onto the bottom of the ticket. Scott Coulter, Steve Coulter. Tough post, but strong connections. Ribbon Ridge, Lions Queen, Venti Machelati on the inside. In the center, Infinity, Silster, and Dixie by Emma. On the outside, Miss Megan Sparkle, ace 44 money, and Fearless Sheila. And the second year, Jam Outspoken. It's a field of 9. Race number 4. There at the start of the rough. Lions Queen, Infinity Silver, Ribbon Ridge on the inside, then Venti Machelati and Jam Outspoken. The field sprints on around that first turn, and right now it is going to be Lions Queen who takes the lead. Ribbon Ridge is racing the pocket. Infinity Silver third, then Venti Machelati and Jam Outspoken. Back further is Dixie by Emma, Ms. Megan Sparkle, and Ace 44 Money. Lions Queen at 3-1 has got a lead of a length and a half over Ribbon Ridge, and Infinity Silster. Venti Machelati is racing positioned fourth. Then it is Jam Outspoken. Dixie by Emma is racing sixth, and then Ms. Megan Sparkle and Ace 44 Money, and back to Fearless Sheila. 28-3 the opening quarter, and they race off the turn. Lions Queen now looks for a second panel breather. Ribbon Ridge is enjoying things in the pocket, and to the outside now, Venti Machelati is coming to call first over. Infinity Silster is fourth. Then to the outside, Jam Outspoken and Dixie by Emma. 59 halftime, 30-2 second panel, and it is Lions Queen, Venti Machelati, Ribbon Ridge on the inside, and going off stride, Fearless Sheila. Front three have a bit of separation. Infinity Silster is fourth, and then Jam Outspoken and Miss Megan Sparkle, Dixie by Emma, and Ace 44 Money, and now Venti Machelati has come on to grab the lead. Venti Machelati. Ribbon Ridge to the outside now. Lions Queen is dropped back to third. Infinity Silter is racing fourth. 3/4, 1:27-1. Venti Machelati leads it by about 2 right now over Ribbon Ridge. Lions Queen is dropped back to third. On down the stretch drive, Ms. Megan Sparkle is closing, but it is Venti Machelati driving on the lead. Venti Machelati. Ribbon Ridge is second. Ms. Megan Sparkle third, and Infinity Silster fourth. 156 flat. Well, we didn't take Venti Machelati, and I guess we're just going to have to vent and suffer, Rob.
Yeah, and I enjoy myself a Venti matcha latte from Starbucks. But you know what? The thing is that I mapped out this race, right? I try to map it out. I know you do the same, Gary. You try to trip handicap, right? And I kind of thought that she'd end up first up. I really did, because she doesn't have enough speed. She's got just enough speed that she gets herself into trouble. So it happened tonight, but she went first up, and she was just the best. So, when you're the best, first up is not a bad place to be. And she got past, Lions Queen tonight, stepping up in competition. She wasn't able to go with these. And you can see right there, ears pinned back, and she's all business in the stretch. Venti Matcha Latte, and a little slap of the wheel disc there from Sam Filion. But, pretty big victory there. And again, a horse that's coming off of 2 wins. You don't usually want to ignore those ones. I had her pegged for fourth. Didn't see this effort coming in this spot, but there you go, 3 in a row now for her.
Yeah, and it did like Lions Queen at the half. 59 should have set up well, but we didn't know what the ceiling was, but certainly this ceiling was too high for Lions Queen in this start.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, horses sometimes will get acclimated to a level and maybe be able to go with them next time. But you're right. I mean, when you see that kind of click up, you think, okay, well, we should see your strutter stuff again. Ribbon Ridge, nice effort again, right? We saw that, stepped up big time with Tyler getting back aboard last time, and this time out, had to kind of re-engage first over once the winner got loose in the lead, and did chase that one, valiantly to the wire.
And I think you might be putting Dixie by Emma back on the list.
Yeah, I will. I mean, you know what? She's a horse that's been so hot and cold, right? And tonight, even with the success of Team Cullen lately, she didn't really show too much out there.
With those hot and cold types, I like to leave them on the list until they prove me otherwise. Back in front of us, number 3, Venti Monchelati, 4-year-old Custard, the Dragon Brown Mare, owned by Calvin Kepford, trained by Terry Gallant. Samuel Filia on the winning drive. It's the 6th win this year in lifetime. Venti Monchelati, 156 flat. The 4th race payout 3, Venti Monchelati. 680, $4, 310. 1 Ribbon Ridge, 420, 326. Ms. Megan Sparkle, 720. $2 exactor, 2260. Dollar try, 154.55. Dollar superfecta, 1100, 43.10. The fourth race saw her finish from the tops at 261 483 597. That's 261 483 597. Field for the fifth on parade one. Fear the Dice. Austin Sawyer for Rachel Andrew. Number 2, Extra Cheese. Jay Harris for Jason Libby and Douglas Dunbar and Brad Dunbar. 3 is Bright On Louie. Nick Boyd for James Dean and Bright On Farms. 4 is State of Treasure. Garrett Rooney for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 5 is hashtag Watch Me. Daryl Thiessen for Peter Finnegan and Sheila Lewis. 6, Feisty Like Fire. Jason Ryan for Brett Lester and Rebecca Williamson. Number 7, JC's Little Man. Brett McDonough for JC Woodburn and Arlene McIntyre. 8 is Savoie du Hurrah. Brian DeRoche for Mike White and Yoski. Tara Isman and Garrett Isman and Mike shares in ownership. And number 9 is Drinkin' Buddy. Child of the Borth for Heather Pickett and Rick Pickett. Field of 9, race number 5, the Bridgeport Lions Club pace. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, we both like Extra Cheese. In fact, I like it a lot better than Basil Leaves there, Mr. Margarita.
Well, listen, I could like both, right? And I mean, listen, my wife Megan's the one that loves the margarita pizza, but I do enjoy me some margarita pizza from time to time. But listen, Extra Cheese I thought was the one that should be the favorite on here. Right now it's not playing out that way, but I mean, Gary, these pick 5 tickets. Wow, there's some people sweating out there, right? Extra Cheese for 20 cents, $1,170. The only other one paying is the 4 State of Treasure for 20 cents, almost $7,400. The rest would give us a carryover, so might want to sharpen our pencils for that one coming up here. But no, Extra Cheese 2 back was a winner here by a nose, got the early lead, then sat the 2-hole, emerged victorious at 10-1 on that occasion. Then a good second place finish to Gentle on My Mind in the Prospect Series. So inside post to work from this time out, early speed. I think we're going to see that one use it off the switch. Jay Harris will probably likely get him, fired up. Coming down in price now at 5-2. I think that the odds might flip come post time.
Number 4, State of Treasure is interesting because it would take a handicapper like you that pays close attention to pick this one out, because on paper you'd kind of go, maybe not.
Well, I mean, I hope you're right with that assumption on this one. But listen, last victory came in what, $15,000 condition claimer, and was handled very aggressively on that occasion. Since then, there's been some much more difficult competition being faced, right? So last couple efforts, I mean, Moonwatcher last time and a straight hours of 2, what would he do to this group? He'd be 1 to 1,000 if our parimutuel system allowed it. And even before that, you can see some decent opponents, right, called in sick. And I just think that State of Treasure getting back to the level of horses that he should be more than competitive against has a chance in here. 16-1 to me, I thought he would take a lot more support vertically than that. I thought 8-1 was generous in the morning line. 18-1, that's where I'd be firing a win ticket right now, just because I think he should wake up in a big way in here.
You know what's really interesting? Bright On Louie, because this is my second choice, and at 12-1, I'd make it my first choice.
Yeah, 12-1's a big number on him as well. Again, I think we're seeing the odds board is skewed a little bit here, just with the money coming in on the one Fear the Dice right now. But Bright On Louie, big time winner, 2 back against softer, condition claimers, won by as much as he pleased. Last time, first over a long way, stuck around to be a decent third, only got beat just over 2 lengths. Nick Boyd is very familiar with this horse. I mean, he's driven this horse on many occasions, so he knows him very well. And I think that he's got options, right? Post 3, speed to his inside. Best option might be to just drop in behind them and try to sit like a favorable journey. But 12-1, one you cannot leave off your super high 5 tickets.
The fans are more enamored with Fear the Dice than either of us. Look, step up in class.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Now, the one thing I looked at, I said, well, Stelios, would I back him in here? I might. And he beat that one last time. But again, right, racing for a tag of $7,000, condition claimer stepping up. I mean, has hit the board with incredible frequency as of late, back-to-back victories. I did not think he should be 3-5 in here. I thought he should be second choice to Extra Cheese, but we'll see how it plays out.
I threw 6 Feisty Like Fire on the bottom of my ticket. Last race was disappointing, but he's also shown some things that weren't disappointing at all. And Brett Lester, so bottom of the ticket, and could even be better than that. price 25 to 1. Taking up their positions, Fear the Dice, Extra Cheese, and Bright Out Louie. In the center, State of Treasure, hashtag Watch Me to the outside, Feisty Like Fire, JC's Little Man, Savoir du Hurrah, and the second tier, Drinkin' Buddy. Field is set to start of the off, and Extra Cheese will come out quickly with Fear the Dice, hashtag Watch Me. Drinkin' Buddy is out well from the second tier as they sprint into the first term, but Extra Cheese has the leading slice of this pie right now, and off stride went Drinkin' Buddy. Fear the Dice is second, hashtag Watch Me third. Savoir du Hurrah is fourth, and then Bride Down Louie. Feisty Like Fire and JC's Little Man. The field is spread out. Extra Cheese is leading the way. And Fear the Dice is getting a trip. Hashtag Watch Me at 17 to 1 is third. Savoir du Hurrah at 60 to 1 is situated fourth. 28 and 2 the opening quarter. Then it's a gap of 3 or 4. Brian Down Louie, Feisty Like Fire, and JC's Little Man. And the field works their way on around the turn. And then way back are the pair of breakers, Drinkin' Buddy and State of Treasure. Right now it is Extra Cheese looking for a second panel breather for Jay Harris in 28 and 2 opening quarter. Halftime was recorded in 58 at 29 and 3 second panel, and Fear the Dice is in the pocket. They work their way on into the backstretch and now to the outside. Moving up closer, that is Savoir du Hurrah. And moving on the back of Savoir du Hurrah is Feisty Like Fire. Hashtag Watch Me is on the inside, about 4 off the lead. Then a gap of a couple. Bright Down Louie, JC's Little Man. Extra Cheese continues to march along on the lead, and on the outside, Savoir du Hurrah, 60 to 1, is on even terms with Extra Cheese as they race on that final turn. It is Extra Cheese and Savoir du Hurrah. 3/4, 127 and 1, and Feisty Like Fire is sent out 3 wide in closing. Then it is Fear the Dice and hashtag Watch Me. They're fanned out on down the stretch where they come. Extra Cheese is holding on, but in the center of the track, Savoir du Hurrah. Savoir du Hurrah at 60 to 1's your winner. Close for second between Extra Cheese and Feisty Like Fire, 156 and 3. Well, we'll have a carryover because 60 to 1. Post 8. Rob.
Yeah, we might have a couple of carryovers here, right? It's also the high 5 race. I don't know. Again, if you've got this one on top from the 8 hole at 61 to 1, but even behind that, right, Feisty Like Fire comes on and looks maybe just misses the play spot. But either way, a couple of big prices involved in the super high 5 as well. Of course, carryover in the pick 5 now, which will go right into the next race too. So get your pencils sharpened and get working on that late pick 5 ticket, folks. This is going to be a huge sequence, no question about it. But I didn't see this one coming. You know, this horse is one that I've backed in the past. Did not see it happening tonight from post 8, especially off a break in stride. First over, a long way, grinds down the favorite. Certainly would have been a heartbreaking defeat for those who were alive to Extra Cheese in the pick 5.
Yeah, the break makes it hard to take, but still, at least you see some lines there that make it understandable because that second beat in 3/4 at Kawartha, and then also that effort from post 9 at Georgian Downs. That's a good one because post 9's tough.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's definitely some form there with this horse. It's just tough to get there, right? I mean, post 8, we talk about how difficult it is, but hey, this is now our third winner this meet, Gary. Last year, I think we only had one, right? 1 or 2 the whole meet. We're already over that number. This time around here at the river, and again, first over a long way. So that's a big performance. I didn't think he was actually going to go by. One of those ones I thought might nose in front, and then we see the favorite punch back. He did. He just couldn't hold him off in the dying strides.
And usually when a favorite like that, or when a long shot comes like that, the race kind of gets handed to him. He earned this.
No, absolutely. No, he's definitely earned it. And look at that. We've got a couple of bombs, first and third here, so it'll be interesting to see what the high 5 pace as well.
Back in front of us is the winner of race 5. It's number 8, Savoir du Hurrah, 5-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay gelding, owned by Tara Isman and Garrett Isman and Mike Kwiatkowski. Mike Salsa, the trainer. Ryan DeRoche, Baby Shark, victorious in race number 5. Second win this year, 4th lifetime. Trackside, a group from the Bridgeport Lions Club. The fifth race payouts, number 8. Savoie du Roi, 124.70, 31.30 and $21. 2 extra cheese. Pays $2.80 and $3. And number 6. We'll get back to that in a second. Number 6, Feisty Like Fire. On the show ticket, $7.10, $2 exactor, $253.50. Dollar try, $1,500 and $12.55. 20-cent try, $302.51. 20-cent high fiver, $3,077.53. We had a pick 5 carryover into race number 6, $7,398. Also note that 20-cent high five is $3,077.53. And a 20-cent pick for 1,625.12. The fifth race, or finish from the top, 426-953-817. That's 426-953-817.
Right, let's do it. Well, with that bombs away payoff in race number 5 here at the river, it has sparked a carryover into the late pick 5, nearly $7,400 coming forward. And it gets started right here in race number 6, folks. So you have very little time to sharpen your pencils and jump up and in what will be a fantastic wagering opportunity. And Raceway manager Chad Roseman has said the pool will be guaranteed at $15,000. Of course, low takeout as always, 15%. And this looks like a nice sequence again, right? I said that I thought that these multi-leg sequences tonight could pay. And obviously, we saw that in the opening one because it didn't pay. No one could even crack the code for that one. We're going to try to crack the code, though, here. And the late pick 5, there's my ticket. Going to start off with 2x2x2. Two horses here in race number 6. It's the one Whiffle Hanover, rail control, early speed, last time second of the Ballykeel deal. Thought that he still raced well in defeat. But the filly following that one out, last kick of the can, she has been incredible here at the river. She really has. Even in defeat, she raced well 3 starts ago. Two back had this trailing post starting spot, still won by open lengths and went one of the most adventurous journeys you'll ever see on this racetrack. So I'm going 1-9 here. She is the favorite right now, 2-1. Race number 7, just a 2 and 6 for me. Kind of a tricky looking condition claimer for Philly Mares. $15,000 is the level. I'm using the 6 Batitude. First start off the claim for Brett Lester, and the 2 Georgia January, who first start for Doug Bowens, racing off a qualifier. Tyler Borth aboard, might see this one really turn it around, racing off the bench. In race number 8, 2 deep again with the 2 and 7. The 2 is Downstairs Party, has a nice post to work from, but the 7 is Tijuana Sealster, who has been on an incredible roll here at the river. 3 in a row over this surface, 4 in a row overall, going for 5 straight victories. Post 7 to work from. She's done it from post 5. She's done it from post 6. Can she do it now from the 7 hole is the big question. Race number 9, I'm singled up on St. Lad's Dark Angel. First start for trainer Mark Winnicott, and a horse that has been racing against much tougher. Now going to the condition claiming ranks, and last year competed at the OSS Gold level. So I think with any kind of form, if she can find just a shade of form herself, she can beat this group. Tyler Borth, post 2, sign me up. Singled up in race number 9. Race number 10, the 2, 3, 9, and 10 for me. He saw Hanover as my top choice in the race. I love it when also eligibles draw in, especially when they get the rail to work from. That horse might get forgotten about. The 10 telling the story. You want to have that one on your ticket. And Lily's last, probably the one to beat from post 2, but disappointed last time. Mike the Knight blew her off the track, so not too sure I want to be married to her tonight. But $6.40 for 20 cents is my ticket. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us in this big carryover pool.
Well, I spent a little bit more, Rob, $7.20. Well, I went alone with Last Kick at the Can because I just thought just too good. Although I do understand using another one in there on the inside, one Whiffle Hanover, but I think all alone on the 9. The 7th race, number 3, Bet You Love Me is my hunch play of the night, and then the 5 Dally Delight off a good race at Sarnia, and 6 Batitude, first start Brett Lester, you noted. Race number 8, I'm just going to go along with Tijuana Sealster because I want to broaden out as we move further. And, well, I trust Tijuana Sealster. Race number 9, I did add to St. Lad's Dark Angel. I also added the 1 and the 4, Compass Rose to be Darlington, Hanover. And in the 10th race, I have 4 in there. Lily's Last, I think, is the one to beat, but I also have the 3, 5, and the 10. I don't have your 9. He's so hot, Hanover, at all. So there's a definite difference of opinion in there. But a couple of singles so that I can spend a little further on some of the other races. 720, Rob.
Well, it was similar but very different, right? I mean, we've got kind of a different structure to our tickets, and certainly liking the same horses, but hanging our hat in different places. There's Conley's ticket. Conley's going to single up on the 8 here, which again, a horse. Stonebridge Jasper is one I didn't talk about. Don't have on my ticket. Obviously, has some credentials to get the better of this field, but that post 8, and it's tougher for trotters, folks. It really has been. The numbers showed it last year. But again, a horse sitting with a chance. He's going to single that one. That takes some guts. 3, 5, and 8 in race number 7. The 5 and 7 in the 8th race. That's Alcina and Tijuana Sealster. Race 9, the 1 Darlington Hanover and St. Lad's Dark Angel. He's going to be singled up on the Black Ace in race number 10. A horse from the barn of Mark Winnicott, one that I have liked in the past. Second start back in that conditioner's barn, and one that I think has a chance, but he's saying, heck, I'm just going to single that one. $2.40 for Conley's ticket. But you've got just a couple of minutes, folks, to map out your winning wagers for what is going to be a huge pool here in the late pick 5 here at Grand River Raceway. Again, carryover, $7,400, just shy of $7,400. The guarantee is $15,000. The takeout is always a low 15%. We'll come back after the post break, take a closer look at the opening leg of the late pick 5.
Field for race number 6 on parade. 1 Whiffle Hanover Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones and Relay Racing Stables. Number 2 is Street Glider Todd Ratchard for Cynthia Graham. Number 3 is City Lady, Chris Matthews for Nelson White and Vicky White. 4, Painted by Matisse Garrett Rooney for Bill Meegans. 5, Alexa Play Country, Talbot for Ron Waples Jr. and James Fullerton. Number 6, Landing Pad, Mario by Etta Shaw for Marie-Eve Robitaille and Cameron Johnstone and Richard Value. And number 7, Delcrest Brent, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Steve shares in ownership. Number 8 is Stonebridge Jasper, Louis Bois for Luke Blaine, Determination. And 9, Last Kick at the Can, Scotty Culver, Dale Fritz, and Matthew Trelford. Field of 9, race number 6. Let's get right to it here and take a look at Last Kick at the Can, and one that I singled up on the pick 5, Last Kick at the Can. Proved that she can handle post 9 2 races ago, more than proved it.
Yeah, she did. And I'll say it over and over again. I still want to get that replay out to people on Twitter, because it was such an adventurous journey, Gary. She got away 7th off the gate, had multiple horses break stride in front of her, and she still ended up winning by as much as she pleased. And that was obviously in a softer spot, and all winners have won her 5,000 life. But since then she's obliterated a field in the Prospect Series and got the better of April Duford, one that I'm more than happy to have on top at Mohawk Park in her next race. So it looks great on the track right now. I mean, I think that Cash Deals have been the boss of that division of the Prospect Series, but Last Kick at the Can, she's certainly now showing that she might take that over. She's been incredible for Dale Fritz, and there she is again tonight, looking fantastic on the track, and she gets to follow one out that has all kinds of tactical speed. So it really, the trip should be able to work out for her. It's just a matter, again, can you stomach playing a 3-year-old filly, trotting filly from the trailing post? She's done it once. This is tougher this time. I think she can do it again, but I also want to have Wiffle Hanover on my ticket.
And one Wiffle Hanover is one that, well, after this race, I might say that I whiffed not putting this one on the pick 5. You didn't whiff. You've got this one, 7-2.
Yeah, just speed, pole position. Really, that's the main reason why I'm using him, because last time out, obviously, got away well off the gate. Never got to the Ballykeel deal, who did steal a pretty big, middle half breather in that one, and ended up only getting beat just over a length. And then before that, lost by a length to Fastnet Rock. That was at, a level similar to this. I mean, just slightly more earnings tonight as being allowed. And again, where we have Last Kick at the Can is kind of stepping up to this level from the last time she raced in a non-winners of lifetime condition race. So I want to have Wiffle Hanover on there. I'm thinking that maybe he can get away from them on the engine. If he does, get to the front and steal some fractions, I think he might be able to get the better of that filly. But I got them both in the ticket anyways.
Number 7, Delcrest Brent, 10-1. 3 recent breaks. I got away with using one with 3 recent breaks in Hallway Babe earlier, but I didn't want to press my luck here. You did, though, at least a little bit.
Yeah, we saw these connections win from a similar spot earlier in the card that blew up the early pick 5, and that might happen again here. I would have loved to put this horse on top in here at a price 10-1 right now, but made a break only other time racing on a half-mile surface. Putting the trotting hobbles back on, he's worn them before. A lot of ability, Delcrest Brent, but it's just a matter of can he stay flat and can he get situated to a decent spot from post 7? That's really the big question. 8-1 might not be a terrible price to try to find that out, especially if you're playing this pick 5, which you should be. With the guaranteed pool of 15,000 and the carryover, but one you might want to include on a couple tickets, because if he gets the job done, it'll be a huge knockout.
Number 8, Stonebridge Jasper, Louis Bois, Luc Belay, and a big muscular-looking trotter. Post 8 doesn't look good, but strong connections.
Yeah, so strong connections, and a horse that has proven he can win at non-winners or 2 on the B tracks. He did it at Flamborough Downs. That was from post 7. He was overland a long way. I think that he's got to go against a pretty decent field tonight from post 8, and we know how tough it is, right? Post 8, and we've seen obviously a winner on the pace from post 8 earlier in the card. That's what sparked the big carryover. But the trot's been a little bit trickier over the years to win from that spot. So I kind of just said, you know what, I'm willing to leave him off my pick 5 ticket. I do think that he merits respect somewhere in the bottom end of the exotics, but it might be a taxing journey out there for Stonebridge Jasper. 7-2 taking support. Hey, Conley he hung his hat on this one, said he was going to single him.
And Landing Pad, the 6 horse, was my second choice. Marie Eve Robitaille. Maria by Arjad, Landing Pad is getting love at 5-1. Field taking up their positions. Wiffle Hanover Street Glider, City Lady on the inside of the center, painted by Batiste and Alexa Blay Country. Landing Plaid, Dillcrest Brent, and Stonebridge Jasper, second tier, last kick at the can. Field of 9, race number 6. Here they come. And City Lady misbehaving an off-stride early. They're at the start of the round, painted by Matisse. Will gun out with Wiffle Hanover. Alexa Play Country and Landing Pad as they sprint on into the first turn. But right now, the early lead as they race their way on into the backstretch belongs to Wiffle Hanover. Then Landing Pad on the outside, painted by Matisse, is on the inside, racing position to third. And then fourth is Street Glider in front of Alexa Play Country. Then to the outside is Stonebridge Jasper. Delcrest Brent, last kick at the can, is racing back there second from last, and now clearing to the front is Landing Pad. Landing Pad is landed on the lead, 28-3, the opening quarter. Wiffle Hanover is second. Painted by Matisse is forwardly placed third at 35-1. And now to the outside, Stonebridge Jasper is going to work first over as they race the way off the turn. It is Landing Pad and Maria with the lead. Wiffle Hanover is riding in the pocket to the outside. Stonebridge Jasper getting closer. Also moving up, Delcrest Brent. Then it is back to Painted by Matisse and Street Glider as they race their way on towards the 5/8 of a half of 58-2. Now moving to the outside, last kick at the can. On into the backstretch, Landing Pad at 7-1. Wiffle Hanover is second. Stonebridge Jasper advancing and is only about 2 1/4 off the lead. Painted by Matisse is fourth of the inside. Delcrest Brent is racing fifth, and the sixth is Alexa Play Country. And now last kick at the can is kicked in. Has a lot of work to do, but does have a full head of steam and is out 3 wide, is starting to mow down horse at 3/4, 128-3. And it is Landing Pad. Landing Pad, Delcrest Brent, last kick at the can, center of the track is Stonebridge Jasper, and down to the inside, Wiffle Hanover. Landing Pad has still got the lead. Landing Pad, Delcrest Brent, Stonebridge Jasper, last kick at the can, might have flattened out on down the stretch drive for Landing Pad. Landing Pad up the inside, Wiffle Hanover. On the outside, Delcrest Brent. Delcrest Brent gets there. Landing Pad was second. Then last kick at the can, and Wiffle Hanover, 159-2. Delcrest Brent in an interesting dash.
It was, and I said, this is not one that you want to take lightly. And here, same connections, right? It's deja vu for us, Gary. It's the same connections as the winner of the opener that obviously put a lot of tickets to the floor in the early pick 5, and now they come right back and they win from post 7 here. Delcrest Brent. Listen, there was no question from a potential, from a talent standpoint, if he can stay flat in here and get some kind of a trip, he could win. He's a horse that's shown all kinds of ability. I thought it might be difficult for him to stay flat, over the half-mile service here at the river. I did peg him for third. You can see right here, Steve Houdon, a little pose for the camera there, coming to the wire. And you know what? Nice steer by him, too, because he had to get around horses to get into that position behind Stonebridge Jasper. And Delcrest Brent, this is a big knockout. It really is. 7-1 on the board, but a real big knockout here in the opening leg of the late pick 5.
And I was thinking of saying to you, with the added money, the carryover into the pick 5, you could have broadened out. You only had to broaden out one more than how deep you went.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, look, and it's interesting too, right? Because Wiffle Hanover, we know that was going to get put, forwardly placed. Last kick at the can. If you remember last time too, she had the trailing post. She got away way back, and it worked against that group. This group's a little bit tougher, so we probably should have, broadened our horizons here in the opening leg a little more. And Delcrest Brent's a horse I've always been fond of. I've backed this horse in tougher spots at Mohawk Park. And again, the connections already won. We always talk about that. When the connections already won a race in the card, don't ignore them. They come right back and they blow up the pick 5 here with a lot of money on the line here with the guarantee.
It's a 7-6-1-9. Top 4 in race number 6, and coming back in front of us, Delcrest Brent, 4-year-old Il Sango Dream Brown gelding, owned by Laura Toscani and Steve Houdon. Laura Toscani, the trainer. Steve Houdon with a driving double. It's the first win this year, second lifetime. Delcrest brand, 159 and 2. The sixth race, payout 7. Delcrest Brent, 1638.50 and 540. 6 landing pads, 660 and 470. 1 Wiffle Hanover, 310. $2 exactor, 107.90. Dollar try, 155.70. Dollar super, $519. The sixth race, order of finish from the top down, 379 862 154. That's 379 862 154. Field for the 7th on parade. 1, Watch Her Fly, Nick Boyd for Craig Bars and Nurko Sokolovic. Number 2, Georgia January, Tyler Borth for Doug Bowens and Elizabeth and Alan Fair. Number 3, Bet You Love Me, Anthony Hahn for Lori LePage. Number 4 is I'm a Cute Little Dolly, Tyler Moore for Anna Marie Colville and Mike Wade. 5, Dolly Delight, Brett Madonna for J.C. Whitburn and Arlene McIntyre. Number 6, Batitude, Louis Waugh for Brett Lester and Michelle Tarts. Number 7, Saga, Jay Harris for Claire Bradshaw and Brian Jameson. 8 is Maddie and Maggie, Jason Ryan for Mike White-Nioski and Tara Isman and Garrett Isman. Field of 8, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field, and right away we'll go to number 6, Batitude, Louis Waugh driving. First start for trainer Brett Lester, and, well, you're all in on Batitude, and there's a lot of logic to that.
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, I thought that we wouldn't get the 9-2 morning line, Gary, and Louis Waugh, also part owner of this one, claimed out of her last start for $7,000 at Georgian Downs. Now first start for trainer Brett Lester. I mean, they've been such a great combination, Brett Lester and Louis-Philippe Waugh. And taking support on the board right now, 5-2. Wouldn't be surprised if that price even shortens up come post time. Let's get on the track right now, and I mean, you see lines, there numbers of 2, straight numbers of 2, and straight numbers of 15,000 life, and then getting down into the condition claimers, 2 back, long way in the lead before finishing second. So I think that this horse has already proven that she can probably do with this type of group, and now gets to go to a barn that has a lot of success off the claim. So I'm happy to have Batitude on top in here. And again, I'd be surprised if that price holds. I think she'll probably take more money come post time.
And Georgia January is one that's changing barns and hasn't raced since April.
Yeah, it hasn't raced since April, but when you come out, for now a new barn and off a decent qualifier. The qualifier, I mean, that's against Horizontal, right? At Mohawk Park, the track was off by a second, 58-1. Had the lead for part of that mile. Home in 28-3. I mean, the line certainly is kind of encouraging for Georgia January, and you get Tyler Borth aboard. So I'm thinking that she's one that you don't want to not have on your ticket, especially in the exotics, and maybe even if you're looking for an upset play here. Like if you're not convinced on one like Batitude, maybe go to her on the win end of it. 8-1's a nice price.
Number 1, Watch Her Fly. I think you were on her last time out and finished 4th, but you're staying with her a bit.
Yeah, I am. I've got her, slotted in there. I jumped on her bandwagon last time, getting back to the condition claiming ranks after a couple, decent effort 3 back anyways, and now there's a 2. And, now right back in the same class, rail control, Nick Boyd aboard, and I know he'd be familiar with this mare. So I thought with the pole position, can certainly get a decent chunk of this, and if she sits the right trip, I mean, she might even be able to win it as well, right? Because sometimes you jump on one like Batitude thinking that we're going to see a big step forward. If that doesn't happen, someone else is going to step up and win this race, and it might be Watch Her Fly. 3-1. I thought that she should be a little bit of a bigger price than that, maybe 4 or 5-1. You might see it float up come post time, but now down to 5-2 actually. But I think she's in with a chance.
Number 3, Bet You Love Me is my top pick in here, and it's a hunch pick, Rob.
Yeah, listen, I know, you like it when they kind of get back more into a regular schedule. That's what this one's doing, right? Vet Scratch 6, 2 scheduled starts ago, and you see a couple of Vet Scratch 6 in recent history there for this one. I'm assuming that's why you went there. You think she's going to take a big step forward tonight?
Well, in that May 25th line, I thought she really looked outstanding. And you remember seeing her last year. She had a couple of really nice starts.
Yeah, and the price is right now. 6-1 morning line. I wasn't sure where the public would go with her, to be perfectly honest. I thought she might take support because there are a couple of boxes being ticked here, but she's being overlooked right now. I mean, I would say that, if you're looking for value on the board, she's definitely boasting it at 9-1.
Well, the field for the 7th taking up their positions. Watch Her Fly, Georgia January, and Bet You Love Me on the inside. In the center, I'm a Cute Little Dolly and Dally Delight. To the outside, Batitude, Saga, and Maddie and Maggie. It's a field of 8. Race number 7 on a Wednesday night as we are gathered at the river. Field 4, race number 7. In the stretch drive. Here they come. And the field for the 7th race is at the start of the rough. I'm a cute little dolly. Watch her fly. Georgia January and Bet You Love Me. Dally Delay. And then Batitude, Saga, and Maddie and Maggie. Early lead to I'm a cute little dolly. Watch her flies racing second. Georgia January third. Then Dally Delay. Bet You Love Me. Batitude. Then it is Maddie and Maggie and Saga's trailing this field. I'm a cute little dolly with the pink flashing on the lead at 5-1 as they race their way on to the opening quarter. Watcher Flies watching from the pocket. Georgia January 3rd. Dally Delight is positioned 4th, and then Bet You Love Me on the inside. And then moving to the outside, Batitude is going to step out. Then it is back to Maddie and Maggie and Saga. And they race their way off the turn of the field, comes on towards us, and it is I'm a cute little dolly who's leading it. Watch her fly, filling the pocket to the outside. Moving up now, getting closer, is Dally Delight. And then also on the outside, well spotted, is Batitude. And on the inside, Georgia January. Then it is back to Bet You Love Me, who's still on the pylons. To the outside is Maddie and Maggie, and then Saga. And they race their way out into the backstretch. I'm a cute little dolly leads, and on the outside, Dally Delight. Watch her fly, moving up, second over Batitude. And then Georgia January is going to drop back, and scooting through the inside is Bet You Love Me. To the outside, Maddie and Maggie is stalled a bit. And then Saga. And they race on to 3/4, 128-1. I'm a cute little dolly at 5-1, still has the lead. On the outside, Dally Delight, and then Watch Her Fly. And Batitude is now looking to pop off cover. And then it is Maddie and Maggie and Bet You Love Me and Georgia January and Saga on down the stretch. Round they come. I'm a cute little dolly. Watch Her Fly up the inside. Dally Delight and Batitude. But at the finish, I'm a cute little dolly. He's going to win it. Batitude was second, and third was Dally Delight. Close for 4th, 158 flat. I'm a cute little dolly at 5-1 on the board. Not one that we talked about, but was able to get the job done. Certainly the recent lines at Georgian, not all that good, but winning here.
Yeah, you know, and morning line favorite, right? Who kind of sneaks past all of us. I'm a cute little dolly, went to the lead. I mean, listen, if you know this one's going to be on the engine and you know get that second quarter breather, I'm sure obviously her stock would rise quite a bit. Here she is coming off the turn there with those pink blinkers, and Tyler Moore gave us one a great steer, right? You've got Dally Delight first over coming at her. Batitude just kind of got into it too late, right? Second over there on the turn for home, kind of charged up late, but you know was not able to get there. So I think this one, even though the morning line favorite, likely a decent bust out in this late pick 5, which is going to be increasing in value, Gary, as we go through the sequence.
I thought it was interesting that Louis Watt didn't pop off cover as early as I might have thought he would. So that tells you that he had an idea that he only just had a little bit of a move and he'd have to wait.
Yeah. I thought the same thing, right? I was expecting kind of a big brush on the turn for home, but I mean, obviously, he thought his best chance was to kind of wait for the straightaway and then ask her to come forward. One that I'll likely, you know, come back to next time. She would definitely benefit from a better post. I mean, she's been, you know, racing well when she gets put into the race, but you know, tough to do from post 6.
Well, it is a 4-6-5-1, and another horse on the pick 5 that's a bit of a price at 5-1. Coming back in front of us, number 4, I'm a cute little dolly. 6-year-old Mach 3 Bay Mare, owned by Mike Wade and Anna Marie Colville. Anna Marie Colville is the trainer, Tyler Moore the winning driver. 4th win this year, and the 12th lifetime. I'm a cute little dolly, victorious in 158 flat. And also note, out trackside for the winner's photo, a special welcome to Christopher joining us trackside. The seventh race payout for I'm a cute little dolly, 1270, 450, 330. Six Matitude, 473.20. Five Dolly Delight, 280. $2 exactor, 57.30. Dollar try, 78.20. Dollar super, 187.80. The seventh race order finish from the top 456 13287. That's 456 13287.
All right, another beautiful look at that gorgeous Allura Sky brought to you by our amazing broadcast team here at Grand River Raceway. Thank you for the support, by the way, folks, in that late pick five wager. Over 17,700 was put into the late pick five. That was new money. And if you're still rolling on that one, hey, it promised to be a great payout. A couple of nice price horses to start off that sequence. But it is now time for the late pick four, low takeout 15%. And let's see what I've mapped out for you in this sequence. And in the opening leg, look at the 7 Tijuana Sealster, obviously one that is hard to go against. She is going for four in a row here at the river and five in a row total. And she's also won going into the sixth of her last seven. So she's been winning at an incredible rate as of late. And she's just kind of done it from everywhere, too. She's done it on the engine. She's done it at the two hole. She's done it first over. But I'm not singling her here, even though she is even money right now. Also using the two downstairs party for myself right now at 9-1. And again, taking nothing away from Tijuana Sealster. She might just keep on winning. She's overcome it all, but at some point she's going to get beat, and the price of poker goes up again, moving out to the seven hole tonight. In race number 9, the two St. Lad's Dark Angel is going to be my single in this sequence as well. Love this one getting to the condition claiming ranks. First start, trainer Mark Winnicott. We're just going to use her and her alone in race number 9. Race 10, the 2, 3, 9, and 10. I love adding in also eligibles that draw in. Sometimes they get overlooked in the multi-leg wagers, especially, and telling the story the 10 draws into the rail. I do have the 9, He Sawat Hanover, as my top selection. Also using the 2, Lily's Last, and the 3, the Black Ace. And then in the finale, race 11, just too deep. The 1, It's Getting Ugly, and the 6, Century J Rock for Team Cullen. Just $3.20 for that pick four ticket. You want to map out your winning wagers for this late pick four. Again, takeout is always a low 15%. We'll come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 8.
On parade for the eighth, One Lion's Wish. The more for Francis Gilmet and Peter Dellis. And number 2, Downstairs Party, Garrett Rooney for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 3 is Mass Attack, Curtis Clement for Peter Clements. 4, She's Under the Radar, Samuel Filia for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. Number 5 is Alcina, Jason Ryan for Camila Christoforou and Coyote Wind Farms. And number 6, Lucas, Brett McDonough for Francis Gilmet and Peter Dellis. And number 7, Tijuana Sealster, Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts and Triple S Equine. Scratched is 8, Bulldog. Field of 7, race number 8 starts the late pick 4. And a heavy chalk on 7, Tijuana Sealster. And not likely to be mucho dinero at any time through this betting cycle, Rob.
No, and I mean, even with post 7, right? Sometimes you see that kind of boost the number up, but he can't expect that with Tijuana Sealster because she's done it from post 5 and post 6, right? In each of her last 3, and it's just done it kind of so easy as well. Like the margin doesn't always look big, Gary, but you've noted this before with her. She's kind of just done it with utter confidence, right? Like that win by half a length, it was never really in doubt. That was 3 back, 2 back, 3/4 of a length. Same thing. Just kind of just kind of a foregone conclusion when she just started coming forward in the stretch. And then last time, a much more dominant victory, moving first over, getting to the lead, and then opening up by a margin. So, back in the same class, even with post 7, she's got to take the support in here, and I think she's the clear one to beat. I mean, it's an incredible feat to win 4 in a row, 5 in a row, even more so. And it's not just that she's done that. I mean, she's even won races prior to an effort on May 21st as well. So she won 6 of her last 7 overall, and again, going to be tough to beat in here, but it will be odds on come post time.
And we both think that if something goes wrong from post 7, the one to use at a price and maybe get to party with the winnings is number 2, Downstairs Party.
Yeah, Downstairs Party right now is a big number at 12-1. Like that's it's tempting. It's tempting to try to maybe beat Tijuana Sealster. I mean, Downstairs Party looks fantastic on the track right now, right? He looks really good out there. He's got his tail up, ears up. Looks pretty proud of himself out there. A good second last time to Tijuana Sealster. Start before that, never had much of a chance. I mean, this horse won 3 of 7, last season as a 3-year-old. This year he's 3 for 21, but he's hit the board with all kinds of frequency, right? 10 times in the top 3, and a good post to work from. Obviously, the big post edge over Tijuana Sealster this time out, and that was the one I added to my pick 4 ticket. So I think that Downstairs Party, one that you obviously want to have as a main player underneath, and maybe even trying a win ticket if you're looking for better value somewhere on the odds board.
Number 5, Alcina, is a solid fringe player, but only 2 wins in 22 starts.
Yeah, she's a horse that, like I said, I chased many times at Mohawk Park, and she usually come up short by finishing second, and would race from off the pace many times and come flying into it late, but would not be able to get to the winner. You can see she's got 7 runner-up finishes right over that span that you just mentioned. Just those 2 victories. One of them was on the engine at Mohawk Park. It'll be interesting to see what the game plan is tonight with her from post 5. The thing that's also interesting is she comes off the Lasix program, right? So she went on Lasix, now she's back off of it. You can see horses step of their game, either or with that, right? Going on or coming off it. Has taken support right throughout the betting. 8-1 morning line. She's kind of hovered around 3-1 throughout the betting, and certainly has not embarrassed herself against the likes of Tijuana Sealster in the past. So she is the intriguing one in here. I just use her underneath. That's where she usually finishes, and I'm happy to have her on the bottom end of the the try and super.
And if Mass Attack could talk, I think he'd be saying, "Listen, I had trouble from post 8 last race at Georgia, and that's why I made breaks late, and I beat this class the start before that. Come on, man."
Yeah, no, I like Mass Attack. I mean, I've got him pegged for 4th, and I've always been a fan of the horse, no question about it. The win at Georgian 2-back, I was there that night, rocking the Hulkamania shirts that you love so much, bright yellow, me and my boys, and got up by 3/4 of a length. and did it kind of easy, right? It wasn't like it was a laboring victory by any stretch. Last time, made that break in stride, probably would have got a much bigger piece of it if not for that miscue. Good value right now at 12-1, but for me, in the exotics.
Yeah, I love Hulkamania because he and I, we look so similar. We have the same muscular structure.
Yeah, well, you've been working out. I'm proud of you.
Oh, yeah. That's me. I'm all about working out. Field of 7 for race number 8, taking up their positions. Lions Wish, downstairs party on the inside. In the center, Mass Attack. She's under the radar in Alcina. To the outside, Lucas and Tijuana Sealster. Scratched is a bulldog. The only workout I do is to open up the bag of hickory sticks. Field for the 8th race. It's post time. Field is nearing the start. They're at the start of the round. She's under the radar. Mass Attack, Lion's Wish. Then Downstairs Party in Alcina. Lucas, Tijuana Sealster relaxed away early. And right now driving, she's under the radar. But on the inside, Lion's Wish. Use that post one to get the lead. She's under the radar, is on the outside and continuing to drive. And she's under the radar at 13-1. Is going to clear to the front. Lion's Wish is second. Mass Attack is forwardly placed third. Then Downstairs Party is rolling fourth in front of Alcina. Lucas and Tijuana Sealster has a lot of work to do, but the opening quarter was solid, 27-3. She's under the radar with a lead of about 2 1/4. Lions Wish is second. Then about 3 lengths back, Mass Attack. Downstairs Party. Then it is Alcina, Lucas, Tijuana Sealster. Now moves out and passes one horse. It is She's under the radar as they work their way up towards the half, leading by 3 over Lions Wish into the outside. Downstairs Party. Mass Attack is fourth to the inside. Then Alcina. Lucas and Tijuana Sealster is on the outside trailing the field, but now is only about 5 or 6 off the lead. She's under the radar. Into the backstretch off a half of 58 and a 30-2 second panel breather. Downstairs Party, Lion's Wish. Mass Attack is racing fourth. Then Alcina. Now Tijuana Sealster is going to pop out 3 wide. And now Tijuana Sealster is coming rapidly and is rolling out 3 wide up to third. And now is taking over second and is bearing down, and She's under the radar. 3/4, 127-3. And Tijuana Sealster now is burst right onto the scene and taking the front. She's under the radar is racing second. Lucas is third. On the outside, down to the inside, Lion's Wish, and then Downstairs Party. Tijuana Sealster on down the stretch drive they come. And if you were worried early, you worried for nothing. Tijuana Sealster wins it going away. She's onto the radar. Then it was Lucas at Mass Attack. 157 flat. Tijuana Sealster, the winning just continues.
It sure does. I mean, look at this, quite the feat, right? I mean, she's now won 5 in a row here. Yeah, 5 in a row overall, 4 in a row here at the River. That's the natural Grand Slam for her here at the River, and does so, I mean, with condescending ease today, Gary. I mean, she got away way back and just showed once again that we said she win from anywhere. Well, tonight she wins from way off the pace, and she does so. Look at that, coming to the wire under tight lines, still trotting up a storm. And does so obviously at a short price. But wow, she's coming to her own, and I mean, just a horse that's oozing confidence right now.
And it's great because, half-mile track where it favors inside speed, you get an outside post position. It should say that you can't do this, and yet it doesn't even seem a problem.
Yeah, that's actually the best point is that she hasn't had anything inside the 5-hole on this win streak at the River. She said pair of 6 is a 5, and now post 7 tonight. Hey, it doesn't matter with Tijuana Sealster. She goes out there and just crushes. So very impressive stuff from her. And again, it's not easy to win a horse race, but to go out there and do it with the frequency that she's been doing it lately, just ultra impressive. And I feel silly, by the way, for adding one to the multi-leg wagers. I should have probably just singled her. I definitely wasted some equity there.
Yeah, but when you go shopping for a price, I mean, that's how you're going to get it, by taking down one. It's a horse race. 7-4-6-3 is the top 4, and number 7, Tijuana Sealster, 4-year-old Muscle Mass Bay mare, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Jacob Roberts. Colin Kelly, the winning driver, 8th win this year, 10th lifetime. Tijuana Silter, 157 flat. Eighth race payout 7. Tijuana Silter 340, 310, 234. She's under the radar 830, 696. Lucas 430. $2 race actor 47.30. Dollar try 101.50. Dollar super 419.95. Eighth race. From the top down, 564 273 1 scratch. That is once again the rundown from the top. 564 273 1 scratch. Field for the ninth race on parade. 1, Darlington, Hanover, Brett McDonough for Bruce Squire, Forest City Racing. Number 2 is St. Lad's Dark Angel, Tyler Borth for Mark Winnicott and Jim Maximo Racing. Three is She's So Pretty, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton. But 3 will join us later. 4 is Compass Rose DeVee, Daryl Thiessen for Jacob Roberts and Steve Adams. 5 is Lady Libby, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Donald Douglas and Bradley McNiven. 3 is She's So Pretty, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and David Lumsden. And number 6, Sporty Little Vixen, Mike Horner driving and training for Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. Number 7, Panning for Treasure, Garrett Rooney for Angela Carroll and Mark Hadman. And 8 is Brookdale Grace, Scott Golder for Steve Watson and All-Star Farms. Field of 8, race number 9 starts the late pick 3. And, Rob, St. Lad's Dark Angel, 8-5 on the board, winning her first 2 starts last year as a 2-year-old. Since then, things have just been a bit dark.
Yeah, they have been, no question about it. But, this is, maybe a new beginning for her now, right? This is third start of her sophomore season. New bar now to work from in Mark Winnicott and getting down to the condition claiming ranks, right? So obviously that's a much softer spot than what she faced last time in an OSS Grassroots event that was won by Century Jamila, who's been racking up the wins in the OSS Grassroots. So, it looks good on the track as well right now. And, a horse that is just, trying to get back to the drawing board now for a new barn. And 8-5 the board. No surprise, right? You're going to get all kinds of support for one that shows racing at the OSS Gold level last season. You mentioned winning the first 2 starts of her career. But now she still has to go out there and turn it around, right? To get the W against this condition claiming group.
And number 3, She's So Pretty, your second choice, is also one that you have to take a bit of a leap of faith. Got off to a really good start to April 15th to start the year. Things since then have been pretty poor.
Yeah, it looks good on the track right now. I like her pre-race appearance. Looks pretty lively out there. And another one that, even had more success last season, right? 8 on the board finishes out of 11 outings. Did have 7 top 2 finishes, too, over that span. This year, though, shut out in that department. Does have 1/3 in 7 tries. And, first time in the condition claiming race. I'm always going to gravitate towards those horses. And these ones here obviously are making a big transition from, the grassroots where they can hook some pretty good horses to now, a condition claiming tag of $15,000 in a race for non-winners of $30,500 lifetime. So I think She's So Pretty's the main danger. But again, it's kind of like you said, it's the leap of faith because they obviously have to go out there and show that they can, be competitive in a horse race either way after getting beat by wide margin in their recent efforts.
Now, one Darlington Hanover is one that you don't have to take a leap of faith. This one's been facing more similar to this company, but has been consistently competitive.
Yeah. The consistency has been a big thing for her, and especially under Bruce Goit for Forest City Racing Club, we've seen some real nice efforts. Last time was a winning one, right? 2-hole for much of the mile, gets the job done at 7-1. Had got locked in a couple of those previous efforts and had to settle for second and third here and there, but has been hitting the board with frequency. In each of her last 6, she's hit the top 3, and kind of flying below the radar right now at 7-1 with the other 2 taking all the support. I think that we're going to see her get forwardly placed again tonight. Yes, this is tougher competition, but she doesn't know that, right? She should be competitive with this group, and I think she can, definitely make her way into the exotics.
And 4, Compass Rose DeVee was second to Venti Machelati last time out.
Yeah, it's a big form reference, right? We usually like to make those kind of comparisons. Second to that one and 5th before that after going a long way in the lead. We saw her go out there and absolutely crush the night on a first over journey. So I think that one you need to take notice of in here, 5-1 on the board, not a bad price.
It's a field of 8. Race number 9, Darlington, Hanover. St. Lad's Dark Angel. She's so pretty on the inside. In the center, Compass Rose v. Lady Libby. To the outside, Sporty Low Vixen, Panning for Treasure, and Brookdale Grace. Field of 8, race number 9. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and here they come. It's a field of 8 for race number 9. They're at the start of the rough. St. Lad's Dark Angel, Compass Rose DeVee, Darlington Hanover, and Panning for Treasure on the outside is panning for an early lead. Swung wide around the turn, though, and now they work into the backstretch. And on to take the lead is St. Lad's Dark Angel, Darlington Hanover. Compass Rose DeVee is third. Panning for Treasures to the outside of Sporty Little Vixen on the inside. Then She's So Pretty back to Lady Libby, and Brookdale Grace is trailing to field. St. Lad's Dark Angel, 2-1 on the board, has the lead over Darlington Hanover. 28-2 is the opening quarter, and Compass Rose DeVee is racing position third in front of Panning for Treasure. Now moving to the outside, She's So Pretty. Then Sporty Little Vixen, Lady Libby, and Brookdale Grace. And off that 28-2 opening quarter, it is St. Lad's Dark Angel and Tyler Borth who leads as they race on towards us. On the outside, Compass Rose DeVee is working first over. Darlington Hanover third to the inside. Then She's So Pretty, Panning for Treasure, and Sporty Little Vixen. 58-2 halftime, and they work their way on into the backstretch. St. Lad's Dark Angel trying to fend off the challenge right now from Compass Rose DeVee. Compass Rose DeVee is right alongside St. Lad's Dark Angel into the backstretch off that 58-2 halftime. Darlington Hanover is racing third, and now She's So Pretty is moving up, and racing fifth is Panning for Treasure, and now it is Compass Rose DeVee who's come on to get the lead from St. Lad's Dark Angel. She's So Pretty is to the outside third. Compass Rose DeVee now has opened up a substantial lead. It's about 5 lengths. She's So Pretty is second. St. Lad's Dark Angel now weakens, and then Panning for Treasure, Darlington Hanover, and Sporty Little Vixen. But it is Compass Rose DeVee has got this one put away. Compass Rose DeVee will win it for Daryl Thiessen by about 6. She's So Pretty. Then Darlington Hanover and Sporty Little Vixen, 156-3. Compass Rose DeVee. We mentioned that form reference from the last race, and it showed up right there, Rob.
Yeah, there you have it, right? And again, we saw that dominating victory from that rival that got the better of her in each of her last 2 earlier on the card. And look at this, Compass Rose DeVee just under tight lines to the wire for Dale Thiessen, and a much the best winner came first up. I mean, it helps when, the obviously St. Lad's Dark Angel doesn't have everything figured out for her yet, right? Back to the drawing board, and she wasn't able to offer any kind of resistance to Compass Rose DeVee. But in any event, it didn't matter tonight. I mean, 56-3, that's a good mile, and you see she's under tight lines to the wire.
And pretty even fractions. It certainly wasn't a race that was in any way handed to Compass Rose DeVee. It did it the hard way and did it with relative ease.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't like it was a race going out there where they walked in the third quarter. I mean, she had to earn it, and she was much the best. I mean, there was no question about that. So, and it'll be interesting too, right? This pick 5 sequence, right, was a tricky one. We did have a big favorite come home with T1 and Steelstrip, but every other race, we've had some decent prices. Compass Rose DeVee took money vertically. Not so sure she's going to take that much action horizontally in the pick 5 sequence. So we'll see what they're paying, but I think they're going to be good ones.
And we were talking about taking leaps of faith on the 2 and 3. The 2 is still back to the drawing board, but She's So Pretty at least is one that raced better now.
Yeah, decent effort, right? Got down to a level where she should be more than competitive, and she proved that obviously, she can, certainly make a go of things against these types of horses. Second at 7-5, and Darlington Hanover, right? One that we figured could be competitive with this group. Well, she wasn't competitive with Compass Rose DeVee, but she was with the rest of her rivals. Third at 10-1.
It's a 4-3-1-6. Back in front of us is number 4, Compass Rose DeVee. A 3-year-old always be Mikey Bay Filly, owned by Steve Adams, trained by Jacob Roberts. Daryl Thiessen is the winning driver. It's the second win this year, and the 5th lifetime for Compass Rose DeVee. And back-to-back training wins for Jacob Roberts, taking races 8 and 9. Number 4, Compass Rose DeVee pays $7.90, $3.40, and $2.40. 3, Cheese So Pretty, $3.50 and $2.51. Darlington Hanover, $2.60. $2 Exactor, $20.50. $1 Try, $25.40. $1 Super, $118.90. Ninth race order finished from the top, 362, 18457. That's 362, 18457 on the bottom. Field for the 10th on parade. One is scratched. Two, Lily's Last. Bruce Richardson for Pat Hunt and Goldfinger Stables. Four is Glider Man. Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant, Jennifer Doyle, and Danny Burt.
Here we go.
Six is Larry's Girl. Jason Ryan for Jody McClure.
Just for you.
Five is Wickenburg. Trevor Henry for Shannon Henry. Seven is Atalanta Express. Ryan DeRoche for Katerina Bosniak and JJ Stables. Nine, he's So Hot Hanover. Doug Brown drives and trains for Todd Coleman and Jackson Whittam and James Gillum.
We're going three next.
There's three, the Black Ace. Jay Harris for Mark Winnicott and Jim Maximo Racing. And number 10 is Telling the Story. Mike Horner for Joseph Sean Patricia Gibb. Field of 8, couple of scratches, 1 and 8 are out. Let's get a look at your top one. 9, He's So Hot Hanover, Doug Brown, and, well, over your lifetime you've cashed a few Doug Brown tickets. Trailer post this time for Doug.
Yeah, and Greenwood Raceway used to always say, when you're down, bet Dougie Brown, or maybe that's what I have to do tonight to get out on the night, Gary. Right? Not a bad strategy, but no, a legend of my childhood, Doug Brown in the bike. He also trains this one as well, and he saw at Hanover. Look, he's a horse that has done some really nice things in his career this year. 0 for 9. But, he does have a second over at Kawartha Downs, and a few of those efforts at Mohawk Park were a lot better than they might appear on paper. And, trailing post for him, isn't really, the worst spot in the world. He's a horse that races really well off cover. And I just thought this was a good spot for him to get his confidence back and get back into the win column. So 3-1 on the board right now. Was hoping for that price and more. Right now, just a little slight score down from Dougie, and we'll see how this one pans out. But I stick with him as my top choice in here. I think he's got a big chance.
Our younger fans might not know. Downtown Dougie Brown, 7 consecutive O'Brien Award wins. Number 2, Lily's Last is my top one, and one that, well, we were disappointed last time out. But look, Mike the Knight was outstanding.
Yeah, he was. I mean, that was his first start, I believe, with Trotting Hopple. So he turned it around in a big way and just ran away from this, 4-year-old daughter of Angus Hall. And she was kind of coasting along in the lead before that. Got beat by 7 lengths, but, still was best of the rest in there and is better than, what her paper was showing before that, and probably better than that effort as well. So I think that her preferred, service is the half mile. And I think we'll see what she can do tonight. She's got to go forward off the gate again. She might be the pace setter. I figured she'd be bet down to favoritism. Right now, that's going in the direction of Wickenburg, and she's 5-2. But again, I think we'll likely see her, go forward off the gate. If she can improve off her latest, she could be tough to beat. But I wouldn't take a short price on her.
You're going to have to tell me the story about the 10. Been racing Clinton and Dresden and qualified. I guess a qualifier that you saw as well.
Well, the biggest thing here, Gary, is whenever you have a horse drawing in off the also eligible, if they have any chance at all, I'm going to have them somewhere, because a lot of times they get overlooked, and I mean completely overlooked. You'll see them go off as overlays vertically, horizontally, and in the exotic wagers too. So I just looked at this one here and telling the story. If you go down to that bottom line of Dresden, there is a dominating victory and a preferred 3 and some breaks in between there. But I think that, she can be competitive with this group. And, you see post 10, you don't always know that, well, they're drawing into the scratch source, which is going to be the rail now. So obviously in with a big chance because of that. And we always say you can't leave that position off your exotic wagers. And, she's 14-1 right now. I still think that's an inflated price to what she should be, especially from that starting spot.
The Black Ace makes a second start for Mark Winnicott, and the last race at Georgian Downs was better, but he is coming back a little more than 2 weeks later.
Yeah, and right now, obviously, Jay Harris is trying to keep this one quiet, in the infield there, obviously getting a little bit hot before the race. And the Black Ace is one that, previously, before going south of the border, I think on some of that form, you'd be pretty excited about about him coming into this as well. He raced for this barn in the past, and I think right now it's an overlay on the board, no question about it. At 7-1 on the Black Ace, I mean, he really should be taking more support than that. Latest effort, it was okay. But we might see him, come back with a better one now. Second start back in the barn and Mark win a cup, but seems to be acting up a little bit right now. Maybe that's why the price is so high.
And he's on the grass to keep him quiet. When I get on the grass, it keeps me quiet. I pass out on the couch. It's a field of 8 for race number 10. Right now, 2 Lily's Lass and 5 Wickenburg are sitting both as favorites at 2-1. We'll just leave it hanging right there. Taking up their positions, telling the story on the inside with Lily's Lass in the center of the Black Ace, Gliderman and Wickenburg to the outside, Larry's Girl and Atalanta Express. The second tier, He's So Hot Hanover. It's a field for the 10th race into the stretch drive. Here they come. Lily's Lass in the Black Ace, and on the inside telling the story, Wickenburg is racing position 4th, then Gliderman, and He's So Hot Hanover. But right now, on to take the lead as the Black Ace has gone off stride, is Lily's Lass and Bruce Richardson. Racing second, telling the story. Wickenburg is currently racing 3rd. Gliderman is 4th, and then He's So Hot Hanover is 5th. Larry's Girl is 6th, and then Atalanta Express as they race on past that opening quarter. 28-2, Lily's Lass, a lead of a length and 3/4, and telling the story right there from the pocket. Wickenburg is 3rd. Gliderman's position 4th. He's So Hot Hanover 5th for downtown Dougie Brown, about 8 lengths off the lead as they race the way off the turn. Then for the back, Larry's Girl and Atalanta Express, Lily's Lass, and Bruce Richardson off at 28-2. Opening quarter has a lead of a length and a half. Halftime was recorded in 58-3, a 30-1 second panel breather. Telling the story is right there racing second, and Wickenburg is going to pop out right now and come first over for Trevor Henry, and following to the outside, He's So Hot Hanover is moving up second over 4th. 5th to the inside is Gliderman, but it is still Lily's Lass who's got the lead. Lily's Lass, Wickenburg is back down to the inside. He's So Hot Hanover is now going to be working first over and is gaining ground rapidly. Lily's Lass on by 3/4 off that 58-3 halftime, 128-4 the 3/4 time. Lily's Lass, He's So Hot Hanover now has moved right alongside Lily's Lass. Wickenburg is 3rd. Gliderman's racing 4th, and then telling the story. Lily's Lass is trying to fend off He's So Hot Hanover. He's So Hot Hanover's got the lead, though. He's So Hot Hanover. Downtown Dougie Brown wins. He's So Hot Hanover victorious by 2. Lily's Lass was 2nd, Wickenburg 3rd, and then 4th is Gliderman. 158-4. He's So Hot Hanover. Very impressive. Nice job by Dougie Brown.
This year. Tough trips too, and now comes here to the river and gets around the half here like nobody's business. That was great, and Doug Brown's bailed me out of a lot of bad nights, in the past, Gary, and he does it once again tonight. Nice price at 7-2.
Yeah, and you could really see when he was coming on that final turn that even though Lily's Lass had things, things were going well, you knew he was coming.
Yeah, no, I felt really good about it. I mean, Lily's Lass, obviously, we said would be the likely pace setter, and she didn't race poorly by any stretch, right? It's just that He's So Hot Hanover supposed to win in here. I mean, I really felt that way about him. As long as he could negotiate the trailing post, he's supposed to be able to beat this group, and he did. And I mean, he got a great steer in the process. And how about this pick 5 payout for 20 cents? $739.54 for a 20-cent ticket. That's a tremendous payout. You got Tijuana Seals for getting the job done as an odds-on choice, and some decent prices mixed in around, but nothing that was impossible, right? And that's a big payout, $739. Congrats to everyone who cashed that one.
We'll see if you know who sang Downtown.
know.
Isn't
I
it
mean,
Petula Clark, I think? Is that?
Yep.
Oh,
maybe.
oh,
There you go.
Christine says, yeah. Every once in a while I get
Christine
one
knows.
right. Well,
Yeah.
he's a big music fan. You're more about the art, aren't you?
Yeah, the art
The
and
movies.
I mean, you asked me some wrestling questions. I could probably help you with those too. But
Nine. We'll just carry on. 9254. He's so hot, Hanover victorious. And certainly we can ask you harness racing questions because that was your top pick, Rob. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 10, 9. He's so hot, Hanover. 5-year-old bar hopping bay gelding, owned by Todd Coleman and Jackson Whittapen, James Gillum. Doug Brown, the trainer and the winning driver. First win this year, 11th lifetime. He's so hot, Hanover. 158 and 4. Tenth race, payouts 9. He's so hot, Hanover. $974, 262. Lily's last 320, 210. 5 Wickenburg, 240. Dollar pick 5 was 3,600, 97.70. The $2 exactor, $29.40. Dollar try, $26. Dollar superfecta, 88.10.
I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
The 10th race order finish from the top. Scratch 284 376 scratch 15. That's scratch 284 376 scratch 15. Field for the 11th on parade 1. It's getting ugly. Daryl Cheeson for Jacob Roberts and Steve Adams. Number 2, ABC, Austin Surrey for Courtney Robson. Three is King Jewels, Tyler Borth for Jim Wellwood and Jeffrey Wellwood. And number 4 is Shout It Out Loud, Jason Ryan for Chantel Mitchell and Mitchell DiCenzo and Anthony DiCenzo. 5 is You Have, Colin Keller for Kyle Bossons. Number 6, Century J Rock, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and John Collings and Tommy Collings. Number 7, Wise Better's Legacy, Brett Madonna for Jim Lee. 8 is Silver Sea, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Calvin Kepfer. 9, Fiscal Policy, Mike Horner drives and trains and is the owner. Let's get a look at this field for the final dash featuring the Super High 5 and 1. It's Getting Ugly is getting bet pretty well. 9-5, Rob.
Yeah, and I think that that's deserving of favoritism here for It's Getting Ugly. We saw Jacob Roberts, right? 2 victories already in this late pick 4, the first 2 legs, back-to-back victories there. So I think that, that's one reason to jump on. We've always said that, when you see a barn having that kind of success in an evening, you got to take notice of it. Now you get real control, and a horse that really, by all rights, should be able to go out there and do his thing against this group, getting into the condition claiming ranks. Known as a 2,500 last 3 at Hanover last time, finished 3rd to Random Miraggio. Of course, that's a preferred mare in her best day, and before that was an easy winner against a decent group as well in a softer spot. So I think we're going to see this one likely go forward off the gate and might be tough to catch.
Number 6, Century J Rock. I don't know what to make of this one this evening, but I don't like to stay off of Jody Cullen's horses very much because they do a lot of winning.
They do, and I mean, especially as of late. I think when I was writing the Horse Players Journal for her horses that are racing later in the week, I think it's like 7 of her last 14 have made trips to the winner's circle. And Century J Rock right now looks pretty fired up on the track. I mean, he looks pretty good out there. Last time it was in the Prospect Series, got beat by a wide margin at 22-1. You go further down the page there, you do see a victory in non-winners of 1 or 5,000 life. This is now a condition claimer, so transitioning, from non-winners of 2 in that Prospect Series obviously should be favorable for him in this spot. Like I said, he looks good out there, and you mentioned it, Team Cullen, not one that you want to go against. My second choice in here, but that's not too exciting right now. The top 2 choices are both sitting at 9-5.
Well, number 2, ABC, last race, the B stood for break, but now a better post position. Maybe things can get straightened around here.
Yeah, 7-hole at Clinton is not a fun spot to leave from, no question about it, and that's where he's had to work from in each of his last 2, and did make that break last time. Last time in for a price tag, went a long way on the lead and had a clear margin on his rivals in an optional 10 claimer at Hiawatha, and ended up fading back to 4th in a race won by JM Outspoken. I looked at this one and just thought, better post to work from, has enough tactical speed to get forwardly placed off the gate, could end up sitting in, the 2-hole or 3-hole and maybe make some noise in the stretch. Overlay, in my opinion, right now at 11-1, or one that you have to have in your high 5 wagers.
Boy, number 4, Shout It Out Loud. Things were pretty good in May. It was really shouting, and since then, it's gotten kind of quiet.
Yeah, it's certainly got a little bit quieter as of late for this one, and obviously was facing easier competition at Western Fair and climbing up the ranks for trainer Chantel Mitchell, and then you get into non-winners of 2 at Georgian. That's a big step up from where he was winning from. Did okay in one start, then got beat by a wide margin in his next, and then last time post 7 here. Was never really able to get in the race, but now back into the condition claiming ranks and maybe can do a little bit more. I think one that's definitely in it for a share.
And then we go searching for one to put on the bottom of a Super High 5. You thought, well, take a shot at Colin Kelly and Kyle Bossons with Hugh Half.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, you got to like that combination, and Hugh Hef is one that, you go down the page there, you'll see a win and known as a 7,500 lifetime at Western Fair from the trailing post. It's had 3 consecutive rails, and it was only able to walk away with 1 on the board finish out of them. but has enough, ability, I think, to work his way somewhere under the ticket, and 21 to 1 could certainly help it pay.
Well, if I was looking for one at a price, I threw in the three. King Jules, tough last race, but you see some form just before that. We'll see. And King Jules has some good numbers this year. We'll see if that could be a bounce back. Tyler Borth, 18 to 1. Taking up their positions, it's getting ugly. ABC and King Jules on the inside of the center. Shout it out loud. You have. On the outside, Century J Rock, YS Better's Legacy, and Silver Sea. And second tier, Fiscal Policy. It's a field of 9. It's race number 11. Here they come. They're at the start of the rough. King Jules is going to fire early with It's Getting Ugly and ABC and shout it out loud, but King Jules is going to burst right out and grab the lead. Then on the inside, It's Getting Ugly, and ABC wants position A as they race on into the backstretch and is going to clear to the front of her King Jules, and quickly It's Getting Ugly is going to pop out. Shout It Out Loud is racing forth, then Fiscal Policy, Century J Ron, back to Hugh Half, and then YS Better's Legacy and Silver Sea. ABC at 15 to 1 has got the lead. ABC in front by 3. King Jules is racing second. It's Getting Ugly is third. Shout It Out Loud is racing fourth. And now popping to the outside, Century J Rock is starting to roll. And along to the inside is Fiscal Policy. They work their way up toward that. The field is spread out at ABC and Austin Sorry. Leads on past the half in front by about 3 or 4. It's Getting Ugly to the outside, to the inside, King Jules. And Shout It Out Loud is racing fourth in front of Century J Rock. Then it is back to Fiscal Policy. Further back is Hugh Half, and then YS Better's Legacy. And Silver Sea is seen trailing the field. ABC still has position A. It's Getting Ugly to the outside now, is moving up and moving pretty well. And then on the inside, King Jules is third, and Shout It Out Loud fourth, Fiscal Policy fifth. Century J Rock is sixth, and then seventh, YS Better's Legacy. Hugh Half and Silver Sea. And now It's Getting Ugly. On the outside is on even terms with ABC. 3/4 was 126 and 2, and Shout It Out Loud is starting to make some noise now. And King Jules is in the hunt. The field turns for home. It's Getting Ugly. Shout It Out Loud on the outside is coming, and down to the inside, ABC, and now splitting through. Here comes King Jules. King Jules is the king of race number 11. Then It's Getting Ugly. Fiscal Policy and ABC 157 and 1. King Jules at 30 to 1 to finish a night with some large payoffs, Rob.
Yeah, might as well finish off with another big one to blow up the tote board here. King Jules, one that you did mention that you liked a little bit. And you know what? The funny thing is, as you were mentioning that you liked King Jules, I looked at the Osborne and said, how is Tyler Borth 33 to 1 on anything? and that's what he is. He's a bombs away price on the board here. And you'd mentioned you thought that you think this one might be able to find his form again. He had a couple of nice efforts before his 8th place finish last time. And, getting into condition claiming race for the first time, a horse hitting the board with frequency. And Tyler was able to thread the needle there, too. Like, he had to come in between horses, split them late. You can see him just cruising to the wire now at a bomb price to beat the favorite. Not a bad effort from It's Getting Ugly, Gary. Just first over a long way, took its toll on him, and King Jules was able to capitalize.
Was my third choice in the board, King Jules, and I imagine the reason that people weren't sure is last race was May the 15th, and of course the last race was bad, but I think it's the time off more than anything.
Yeah, and there you go, though, right? Off a bad effort, a little bit time between starts for me is never the worst thing in the world. And again, I just marvel at when you see guys like Tyler Borth, leading driver in Canada for wins right now, going off at a price like that, right? It's like when you see James McDonald at Mohawk Park going off at a big number, and you wonder how it can be. Just put in the right spot. King Jules was given a perfect trip, and was able to split horses late, and should offer us some huge payouts here in the finale. And again, we'll watch keenly to see what the high five comes back as.
And it probably figured on a night like tonight that it would be a bit of a long shot here. 30 to 1.
Yeah, and there you go. The inside numbers too, right? We always talk about inside numbers. The 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 make it up.
On the board, it's a 3-1-2-9-4, and back in front of us is number 3, King Jules, a 3-year-old better than Cheddar Bay Colt. Jeffrey Wellwood and Jim Wellwood, the owners. Jim Wellwood, the trainer. Tyler Borth, the winning driver. 4th win this year, 4th lifetime. King Jules crowns them in the 11th, 157-1. The 11th race payouts. 3 King Jewel, 69.20. 990 and 710. 1, it's getting ugly. 260, 250, 2 ABC, 480. $2 exactor, $183. $70 try, 305.20. Double of 9 and 3, $250. Dollar a pick 3, 764.10. Dollar pick 4, 2189.40. A 20-cent high five. We're going to need a bigger boat. 3,216.81. The 11th race order finish from the top is 231-597-684. That's 231-597-684 on the bottom. That does conclude the live harness racing program. There's a look at the show photo from race number 11. Note that our next live racing event is this coming Friday. First dash on Friday, July the 7th will be 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good